where is your guild a patron guild of, does your guild have a guild hall, what node is your guild leader and or officers a citizen of, what was your last
Mm-hmm.
completed raid boss. All of those can serve as predicates to then spawn certain objectives within the world that players have to either engage with in a number of different manners. Either they can kill objectives, they can control objectives, they can capture and move objectives, they could be a caravan summons, they that need to take supplies from those objectives. The idea is to incorporate all of these other auxiliary systems that exist within the game in some shape, in some way, shape, or form, tie it to the Guild War because we've created those systems for a reason. We want players to engage with those systems, so why not hook those systems into the Guild War format? And I think that creates a very dynamic setting where it is not just about killing and logging out, but rather strategy in both your resource placement, how you respond, when you respond, the composition of your raid slash group teams, the type of thing, those type of things play a role now in the outcome of those guild wars. And I think they keep it fresh because it'll be different per war.
Yes. Yeah, I really like that answer from Steven. Like most answers that he gives. I've played games in the past where sometimes there's no decided outcome for a war, and it's just both sides are stubborn, right? They're gonna fight, they're gonna keep fighting, and there's no decided outcome, and so it gets kind of stale. It's like, okay, yeah, we're at war with them. We don't fight them right now though because we're bored. Like we've
Yeah.
fought them for like the last 2 months. We don't want to fight them anymore. And so having decided outcomes like gives you a build up, right? It gives you a build up for, okay, we're going to war with these guys. We need to win these objectives. Like imagine if instead of like 17 games in the NFL season, it was just one really long football game. Like it just wouldn't be the same, right? You know, of
Yeah.
having a week's worth of buildup. Like, oh my God, the team lost this week. They're 1-2. Are they really bad this year? Instead of having that entire buildup and discussion, it's just drawn out and kind of
Yeah.
boring. Like,
Yeah, I completely agree. Something I would like for them to do like capture points, like which is something I'm sure they have planned, but you ever play like a battleground and it's capture the flag, or you need more people on this objective than they have, like multiple, like scattered throughout the world. Like I don't need each flag on 3 different continents, so it's just super inconvenient, but your guild be able to hold down 3 different POIs, especially one where a world boss might spawn and interrupt the fight. It makes me curious on how and if they're going to incorporate PVX into it the way they did so with the Node War. There's a lot of
yeah,
potential there because Guild Wars are going to be a lot more. That's something I think we should talk about. Is Guild Wars will be a lot more coordinated than a Node War. A Node War, anybody can just jump in and join, right? You want to take part in it because you're a citizen of that node. You have a stake in that war. Like you're going to be losing XP if you don't help your team win. And everybody has
yep.
a different role they can play, whether it's the strict PvP or just going through the back lines, harvesting rubies like we saw with this previous week's stream. I think something really important is that a guild is always going to be on comms. They're communicating, they're strategizing. Whereas the Node War, that could be a bunch of randoms. A group of 3 on
Could be, yeah.
comms, a group of 12, the mayor and his 10. You know, it's just chaos, but everyone knows what the objective is. Whereas a guild war, you got strats, you got formations, you got builds, you got comps. You know, it's gonna be a
Yep.
whole different beast. Like and so I think that's gonna be the fundamental difference with guild wars and that how it is approached.
But yeah, and, I mean, we're obviously not developers either, nice. Like, and neither one of us are going to claim to be, right? Like, I'm definitely not. I don't know what you would say about that.
Oh no,
But
I made a whole weapon skill tree. Like no,
oh
I'm
shit.
qualified
Okay.
now.
Okay, you're qualified. Okay, so hear me out on this. You'll probably agree since you're now head developer of the conversation. You want to make sure, like, if you were developing guild wars and node wars, you'd want them to stand out and be separate. You'd
Yeah.
want to make sure that they had their own objectives, they had their own victory rewards, they had their own loser penalties. You want them to make sure that they're not going into the same bucket, because if they go into the same bucket, then people aren't going to get as much enjoyment out of it. It's just,
Yeah.
it's going to end up being the exact same thing. And so yeah, for all the reasons you mentioned as well as that, I think that's why they're going to stand out and be different. I think it's different groups of people, differing varying differences of communication abilities, and for that you have the chance to do something a little bit cooler, I guess.
Yes. Before we move on to another thing we'd like to see, and we may pull a choice from you guys in chat. So if you're in chat and you haven't already, go ahead and comment what you still want to see before launch or before Alpha 2. Make sure you specify which. It's not necessary, but it'll help. Let's catch up with the voices of Vera, Warrior, Tatamo, everybody. Welcome on in. Appreciate you guys being here. Thank you for the follows, likes, all that good stuff.
Thank you, guys.
NW says, I want to see how the augments work with different weapons/armor combos. Like, can my necromancer be on the front line with a big weapon and plate armor, fighting alongside my summons and still be viable? That we're gonna circle back to this one after we read the rest of these the rest of the voices, because that's a big one. I think that's the one I'd like to go into next. That's a big statement. Augments.
I was just going to say, could you time that guy out for like 10 minutes for taking one of my most important ones just because I'm jealous that he said it now?
Yeah, I can't believe you let him beat you to that, honestly.
I was doing a build up. Like I was like, okay, we're going to do this and then my number one will be towards the end of the show. But no, I'm completely joking, guys. I agree. Augments are the most important one in my opinion, seeing how things change. You are absolutely right. You're absolutely right. So,
Rag and Rock says it was a good showing, but the Zerg v Zerg mechanics need work. The wall was the only real tactical relevant Zerg v Zerg ability I saw on display. Let me think about that. I guess so. You got that one AoE with the cleric. No, I get that. I get that. There's not too many. I mean,
yeah.
I guess that's what the tank is there for, though, right? And then Bard, I'm sure, is gonna fill in that gap.
So Phantom just subscribed and go branching off of the same conversation talking about tactical uses of tanks. I listened to the Theory Forges podcast that happened 2 days ago, and he was talking about his cleric and went into detail talking about how him and Chibi, they were both clerics, but they ran very functionally different clerics. And like he was more of like a frontline battle mage, whereas Chibi, I'm pretty sure, was more of a healer. I could have that second part wrong, but I do think it's interesting that at level 15, which is where they were all at, at level 15, they had so many different variables that they were able to change the functionality of their builds that much. I mean, think about your level like 20 in ESO, right? Nice.
Yeah.
Like, do you think? I don't know. I thought about that and I was like, man, that is really cool that you had that much of a difference in build archetype that early into testing.
Yeah, you don't really get that with a lot of games. You gotta, like, you're able to sometimes preview it. Like, you scroll down like level 50 in that skill tree, and you're like, oh, when I get that's gonna be really good. But you can't use it right now, because you're low level, which is fine. You know, games need progression. But it's cool to at least let players dip their toes in it, so to speak. Like, at least get a taste. Like, you don't got the best shield wall or the best bear that protects your allies as a tank at level 15. But they give you a little something that helps in that. They give you the chain pull. They give you the Aegis ability that lets you, like, kind of absorb some incoming damage. It's probably not as good as, like, a dome barrier or something like that, but it lets you diversify. And also at level 15 for the tank, you get like 2 damaging abilities. So if you ever wanted to spec into a damage tank, you know, it gives you a little taste of that. I think that's really, really important indeed. Well said. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. So like, I do agree. Like when I went and watched the live stream, I was like, okay, first of all, most of the games I play, tanks don't get cool utility skills like a big freaking wall for their group. That was already awesome. I was like, you gave them one thing. That's one thing more than most games I've seen. So I came away impressed with that. But yeah, you're absolutely right. You want to see more utility abilities. You absolutely want to see tanks having more effective abilities as we go down the road. And I think it's great to see that at so early in the process they already have something that's so damn effective, to a point to that they had to nerf it before Alpha 2. So
I got a hot take. The
Let's
voices of Vera are the best worst community ever. I said it. You know why? Because the worst, like every comment, like that was 1 or 2 comments, right? Every time one of you guys are so awesome. You guys provide so many tangents, no matter what the plan is. Like I said, hey, I'm going to catch up with the voices of Vera. We're going to speed through some comments. Else, we just read 2 comments from chat. And look, these guys are so awesome. They got us like a whole, like they're bringing up stuff that could be a whole stream idea by itself. So thank you guys. I meant that as a joke, by the way. You guys are freaking awesome. Like, that's something I will rant about for about a good 30 minutes. Like, it's awesome. Like the Zerg v Zerg comment, the augments comment, you know, like this. You guys are freaking awesome. I'm gonna get through the rest of these before we finish the conversation. Wiz says, when it comes to guild wars, are you at war with that guild's alliances too? That is a good question. Can you declare war on more than one guild? So I'll be honest.
Let me scroll through. I'm not sure.
Go ahead and start looking that up. I'm curious about that. I hope not, to be honest. I hope not. But then again, what would be the point of alliances, right? That is a great question. Because if you're an ally, you inherit beef. You know, it don't always work out like that in the real world. But when you're an ally, that's you saying, "Hey, I got your back if something goes down." So, and that would bring a con to alliances. Like, it's not fair to probably just get only the pros of being in an alliance with somebody, right? Like, okay, if Else is a horrible person, like, it leaks out to the Ashes of Creation community that he kicks puppies on the weekend, right? This video leaks of Else just stomping a puppy out, and then he joins the Voices of Air podcast. Right now, it's beneficial because I get to have Else with this podcast. We're having a good talk. But if that video of Else, once again, everybody, Else kicking puppies, if that leaks, I should have to reap the cons. It's like, oh, we're gonna get him canceled because hey, Nice, I can't believe you do a weekly stream with someone that kicks puppies all day. Maybe there should be a downside there, right?
In this duo podcast is kicking puppies. It's probably the accuser and not the accused. So I'm just saying.
I plead the fifth.
Hypothetically, of course.
Let's see. Copium Clinic says, good point. Guild Wars will be more controlled. Ragnarok says, there will likely be a node-based Discord to coordinate plebs, just like factions in Albion. Very true. I really think these server-specific Discords are going to be a really big deal, man. I really do. Warrior says augments as well. HD says, I want to see romanceable companions so I can ERP. That's his priority. And W with the sad face. Control says, before launch, naval. Ooh, yeah, that's a big one. That's a big one.
That'd be fun. We
got to circle back to that one too. Naval. I think that was on my list too. Lots I'd like to know, but specifically, I'd like to see how/if naval gameplay will impact node sieges for coastal or island nodes. Phantom says, imagine possibilities. Skill choices matter. Add a real armor system, weapon skill tree, secondary classes, enchants, and holy shit, dude. You know I'm a huge advocate for build diversity, and man, I want my choices to matter. Like I don't want like how you were saying, when Phantom was a battle cleric, if he wants to be like a cleric fighter and he's got all this, but Chibi specs into like AoE hots and heals, like there should be two different ways to play cleric. There shouldn't be a one size fits all, like and my hope was that we would get that through the 64 archetype system. But what if that's just one piece of the pie? You got what weapons did you choose? How'd you build out that weapon skill tree? What is your secondary archetype? What active skills do you have? What religious augment did you do? Is your racial choice playing a role in it? There's so much potential for build diversity in Ashes. Gut score.
I think that's exactly how it's working too. By the way, like we've seen it with the wand layout. We've seen it with like them discussing what the augments will be and everything. And it's just like you have these tweaks. I think I could get it wrong, but I'm pretty sure, just going back to what Phantom said, I think he said he wore like more constitution-based tankier gear. And so choices between different gear, choices between different weapons, and then the skill layout trees within those weapons, and then the augments within your archetype. It's like all these things add up to where you could have a bunch of different build diversity among just one archetype. And make all sorts of interesting combinations for yourself.
Nice. I forgot to say, you just reminded me. I forgot to say, like, armor types being weighted into that medium, light armor, heavy armor. Like, man. Crash says, why is Else always your example for something terrible? You know what? You're right. I'm gonna start using Phantom X. I need to evenly split that out there. NW says, if Node Wars are open world, what's to stop some random third-party player from running in to get killed in the chaos to make everyone corrupted? So you have settings that should prevent that, like your AoEs don't target anyone that's not flagged for PvP. and stuff like that. So I think that has been accounted for.
So
with,
nice.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say I'm looking at the Wikipedia right now when we're talking about guild wars and
Yeah,
alliances or allies. You can have alliances among guilds. I'm sure you remember this. You can have up to a maximum of 4 guilds allied, but there's nothing in here that says anything involved with guild wars. It does say that Ashes of Creation may have specific content that revolves around alliances. So maybe further on down the road, it says progression pathways, guilds, and then node alliances. So, yeah, I was curious about that as well. If, like, are allies going to be able to participate in guild wars? Right now, I can't see anything that says that exists. So it'll be interesting to see if that will come up later.
Yeah. You know what you just made me think of? What if this weird scenario occurs where me and you have a mutual ally, but we're not directly allies? I wonder if that makes the system too complicated. Yeah, like we're both friends. I mean, we're enemies, but we have a mutual friend that's both on our ally list. That'll be a fun one for the devs to tackle.
So, like, hypothetically, like Phantom X and I kick puppies, and you know that Phantom doesn't, or you know that I do, so you're not allied with me, but you don't know about Phantom X kicking puppies, so you're allied with him.
Yeah.
Hypothetically. So.
Speaking of which, Wisp says no one else is a puppy kicking pirate. Tatamo says, who is else? I only see no one now. Hey, let's go. Shout out to the rebrand. Oh man, I just realized, no one. Make sure you, if you guys do have trouble finding Else's channel, obviously make sure you're subscribed so that won't be an issue. But his name on YouTube is no one, NO number 1. Phantom X says, and I'm almost done here, else I think we just got a couple. No wars have different war declarations that have different rules. Could guild wars have different war declarations that could or could not involve allies? I was thinking about that, I hope so. I hope they don't try to make it too intricate. I would like to leave most of that for the node wars. I think guild wars having varying objectives will be enough. I don't need to see a different guild war type, but I would like to see different variable objectives, so we're not every time you go to war with someone, you're not meeting up at the same POI, capturing the same flag, returning in the same thing. So I would like that. Of course, I wouldn't be opposed to it having intricate different kinds of declarations, but I don't think they would need it per se, if that makes sense.
Sure. Yeah, I agree. I think the only big difference is if that specific guild has a guild hall, then you want to up the ante if the guild hall's at risk, right? So,
yeah, true. Oh yeah, because what if it takes place at like around their guild hall, or what if you could have guild wars for the right to a guild hall, or there's so much they could do with it to separate it from node wars. Yeah. Tatamo says, we made my friend so hard in Arcade for doing animal husbandry, but then he finally started making bank and was the richest among us. Wow. Yeah, dude, I think that's the market. I think it's going to be the most fun and rewarding profession. They talked about it before, but
absolutely,
they're worried about it being the most like it's too intricate and like too fun and detailed compared to other professions, where it's like, oh, you're a blacksmith, you're gonna press this button and now that's gonna refine this ore, you know, whereas animal husbandry has so much depth to it, you know, it's kind of not fair. So they said that's actually a worry among their design team. It's like it's good that we have this cool animal husbandry system, that we're using this real world stuff, but what about the guy that chose lumberjacking or carpentry? Are we doing in depth for them? That's a good question.
Yeah, what about me? That's because that's exactly what I'm going to choose, something boring like that for sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I agree. Animal husbandry is crazy because I mean, everybody wants their character to look good. So whether it's what your character looks like or it's what your mount looks like, that's going to be the big deal. And so yeah, whoever makes the coolest or the fastest mounts or whatever, like that'll be high demand.
Yes, chat is killing it. So we got another fire one from Guts Gore. He says, before launch, I really want to see the character creator pump out a 3D. Okay, I'll admit I didn't know where he was going with this. I just read character creator. So let me finish his comment. He said, before launch, I really want to see the character creator pump out a 3D printable FAL for use. I did not know that's what he was going to say. LOL, not going to happen. Need to think a minute on systems I really want. I like that. But yes, character creator is something. I mean, I think we have to see it, right, before Alpha 2. They said we're going to get it before Alpha 2. Yeah. It's interesting that the PI haven't had their hands on it, but they're probably still doing their last little touches. And there's probably a race they're finishing up, and they just want to roll it all out at one time. User numero uno says, I wish they pay attention to medium armors. I feel like every MMO looks at light and heavy armors when it comes to balancing, but forgets about medium armor and it becomes kind of useless. Good take, good take. High five for rebrands from Copium Clinic, aka Dr. Burns, aka Ashes of Relation. Is there going to be bombers, says Greatness? Dude, I hope so. I think every MMO needs a way to make a Zerg nervous. I think you need to be able to punish. That was one of my AMA questions. I think you need a way to punish people from stacking close to each other. Being able to wipe a Zerg or like in one, like some AoE skill, or you know where I'm going with this with ESO, else like some skill that is multiplicative of the amount of people that it hits. So that way, if you're able to time it right or use it and it can have a long cooldown, but if it hits, it does X amount of damage. It does 200 damage. And then this is multiplied a 50% increase per target that gets hit in that explosion. I think it'll be really good for TTK. It'll be good for groups. It'll be good for sieges. I just think it's a good thing to have in an MMO. And obviously, maybe have a drawback with that. Maybe you got to be really squishy, or have some build sacrifice to accomplish that. Hopefully, but yeah. So the first one that we need to catch up on, I think we got character creator on the list, but augments. So let's talk about augments. And chat, if you're just now getting in, what we are doing is what remains to be seen with Ashes of Creation, whether that be leading up to Alpha 2 or just before launch. What are you looking forward to the most? And so I'm gonna
most exciting.
Most exciting. Like, what is your top 2 especially? I think we're trying to get 2 from each of you guys. And so I'm going to go ahead and type in augments. And this is a big one. I wouldn't say controversial, but this is one I think, chat, that we could just go all over the place with. I'll be honest with you guys. I don't know where my expectations are with augments. And let me explain. There's been times, and this is one of the biggest things that drew me to this game, is the 64 archetype system, 64 class system, and how those classes can be different from each other. And then the augment system, how mages blink. If I chose rogue secondary, it'll make that blink a dash. Or if I'm a fighter and I got that cyclone AoE spin to win, if I chose mage as my secondary as a lightning or fire augment from that school of elements or whatever, that school of magic. And all that sounds cool. And then they talked about things being like completely transformative. And there's been so much. And then we've also heard Steven say like, oh, they're just templates, it just probably changes the damage type. I feel like we've been given information from all over the place. Like, it's been somewhat consistent, but I don't know whether to think it's going to be groundbreaking or if it's just going to be like a small template. I know they've said it's going to be some that are transformative, some are just a little bit like this, but is each skill going to be augmented? Like, if I choose mage as my secondary, does every active skill get augmented? And before I get your thoughts on this, before we do a deep dive of augments, I'd like to say this. The way I predict it, or the way I would do it, because you guys know I'm a professional combat designer for Ashes of Creation. If you haven't seen my weapon skill tree video and stuff like that, I'm obviously qualified to do this for a living. But here's what I would do, being a game developer and all. The way I would do it is each class, let's say, has 20 to 30 active skills. Let's just say 30. So each of these 8 archetypes have 30 active skills. The way I would do it, I would divide those 30 active skills among each of the 8 secondary archetypes. Or rather, in this case, I think it'll be, if my math is correct, 7 other archetypes, right? So you just do 7 over 30. So let me explain it this way. I have a fighter. I have a spin to win ability. The mage has a secondary augment. If I go mage secondary, when I choose my secondary class in Ashes of Creation, once I get level 25, I'm going to hover over mage, and over mage, it's going to say like choosing mage secondary gives you lightning effect to your cyclone ability. Your gap closer now closes a little bit quicker and does a lightning AoE damage upon impact. Now it does damage to people in the area instead of just a single target gap close that it was as a pure fighter. Thank you so much for the follow, Heat. Now, if you and then it'll probably be like 2 per, right? So then also it'll augment this other ability. Then if I go cleric as my secondary, I hover over cleric. Let's say fighter cleric, and then I hover over that class. Now I realized that that bleed ability, you know, the one you strike damage, and if they move, it does a bleed damage over time. I now heal every time that enemy uses blood. It now says siphons the blood from enemies, blah, blah, blah. Maybe I'm trying to think of all the fighter skills as I'm talking, but that execute, you heal for that damage that you do, right? It doesn't, because remember, a secondary archetype doesn't just give you new skills. It augments the skills that the class, or the archetype rather, already has. And we could keep going with examples. If I did fighter tank, my gap closer, once I gap close on someone and it connects, I now have 5 seconds of 50% increased mitigation. Or when I gap close, or when I do a cyclone, not only am I doing an AoE damage cyclone, allies that are within 5 meters of me, when I do the cyclone, they now have increased resistances for 5 seconds afterwards. So that's me being a support tank to my allies. And of course, it's making me tankier. That's how I would do augments. And then you go down the list. That to me is the best way to do the augment system. It's how I would do the augment system personally.
Shit, good.
Yeah, no, it's almost. I feel like we've talked about this before, but no, I completely agree with you. Like Rogue would provide critical damage to abilities. It would augment by being bursty, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I think you could do stuff that way. I've talked about this in the past, and my opinion has changed. And so it's not that I've waffled or anything like that. It's that now that we've seen more with the wand layout, now that we've seen more with the initial archetype trees and everything, I was really concerned that these augments had to be transformative, right? Like if you want 64 different classes, you're going to have them transform in a way to where it feels like 64 different classes. And now I'm starting to see the overall vision of like, yeah, these are going to be slight adjustments. They're going to tweak these specific skills. It's the other things that are being incorporated through the archetype trees that are really going to make like choose how your specific class is going to play. And yeah, I wouldn't have found myself saying this like 8 months ago. And I agree with you. Like just those slight tweaks, like just that's how you augment things around the skills and abilities. That combined with your weapon layout, combined with everything else we've talked about, is going to create so much build diversity. I'm sure you'll agree with me on this, but
Play some rapier again.
it was the coolest thing about ESO, in my opinion, for the longest time, is you had so many different classes. And so if you got bored with one class, you could hop on another. If you got bored with one class, you could hop on another. Some of that went away with the hybridization a little bit, in my opinion, but it's still the same. Like you could still bounce from class to class and play so many different build styles, and it's really cool about the build diversity. The first time you and I played New World, it was like, we don't have any classes. Like we have weapons, but we don't have classes. And this feels a little weird. Like everybody's running the same stuff because this is what's best. And then they came out with artifacts, and artifacts changed build diversity quite a bit. And so it's just impact of like class feel is very important to me. Like how classes feel and look. Like they gotta look cool. They gotta feel unique. And then you have to have the ability to play a bunch of different things. And those are the two things that are really big, and I do think they're going to hit it out of the park in this regard with what we've seen so far. It just isn't the way I expected it. So
yeah, I'm of the mindset it doesn't need to be. So I'm kind of in the middle of this. I don't think the secondary class system needs to be game defining. I think a lot more people as time goes on isn't expecting it to be. Like they don't think it's really gonna feel like another 64 classes. It's gonna be archetype with a little flavor of it. But I just hope that they do enough to where it's somewhat transformative. I just hope that a fighter cleric feels different than a fighter rogue. Like I hope there is enough and it's not bare minimal. I just hope it has meaning and not just like I chose this one because I had a cool name and then I still look like I don't want my fighter rogue. I don't want to duel with my pure fighter against a fighter rogue and it really looks like we're the same thing or the same build. But as we mentioned and as you just mentioned, there's so many ways to customize a build in Ashes of Creation. And I'm not gonna go through the list again, but there's so many layers. I think that's the best word to use. There's so many layers, dude. Like on how two people essentially shouldn't really be the same. Like you should never run into somebody with your exact same composition. how you built your character, which is not something you can say for a lot of games. It's really not. I know YouTube builds and metas are a thing, but in Ashes of Creation, the way it's laid out, you have a lot of choice. Control says, didn't they mention how many skills were meant to be augmented from each archetype? I don't think so. If they did, we'll probably about to read it here. How many classes do you think they will have ready for Alpha 2 launch? They actually just answered that in our AMA. It is going to be 6. The only thing that will be missing from Alpha 2's launch is the Summoner and the Rogue, which we'll get in their first patch. They should be coming. But yeah, Summoner and Rogue will be missing at the launch of Alpha 2. We'll have everything else, that being Fighter, Mage, Cleric, Bard, Ranger. Who did I forget this now? Tank. So here on the wiki it says there are 32 augment skills. I think this is the question that was asked during the Envious Q&A, if I remember correctly. There are 32 augment schools, not including racial, social, religious augments, meaning a total of 8960 different variations of spells. How do you guys plan on tackling that, or has the augment system for the classes changed since? Steven's answer was, it has not changed, and the intent is for us to design relatively templatable effects conferred by each school of augmentation. And those effects will have a lot of shared benefits that get conferred to a particular ability when the augment gets applied. So, and this is what I was talking about earlier, where it's like they went from saying huge game-changing transformative augments to it's just templates.
Yep.
And who knows how that could be. Like, if you are fighter rogue and that secondary, that augment that you now have access to is shadow magic or assassination, and so it adds a little bit more crit chance to stuff. Like, that's a pretty game-changing thing that will make that fighter rogue feel different from a pure fighter that you used to have. So it could be enough. It just remains to be seen, right? It's just, we got to get our hands on it, and it's kind of hard to tell at this stage. What else did you want to discuss with augments?
No, I agree with what you're saying. I agree with that line of thought, and I do think templates are all they need with what we know that they're doing with everything else. I think it's gonna be fine. Like, that, my biggest question's been answered by seeing other things, other systems. So, yeah, I'm really excited for those little adjustments and everything, because yeah, I want classes to feel unique, and we're seeing that. We're seeing the big tank changes that we saw during the node war. Like, we're seeing everything come together, and it's like, okay, these are all looking really cool.
Yeah, I think they've done a good job, and I don't think that's something anybody could question. Like, no archetype. Yeah. I don't think they'll ever have problems making the archetypes feel different from each other. It's just if they can get the classes different from each other. And going on in the wiki, it says here, secondary class augments may be applied to any skill, but it is possible that some specific augments may be locked to specific abilities, kind of like the example I just gave. And then the other reference I was making, referencing earlier. Augments can affect a multitude of things and can, in some cases, create entirely new skills.
Yeah.
Like that. See, you see the I don't want to use the word inconsistency, but it's because they're saying it's both, right? It's like, in some cases it's going to be this, some cases it's going to be that, but it makes it hard for me personally to set my expectations where they're kind of all over the board with it. Like right here it says, drastically change the ability itself, change the damage type and value, change the cooldown period, change the distance of the skill, change the effect from range to melee ability. Like, that's pretty transformative. Like, that's a big deal. That's not just like a little, I don't know. So there's really, Phantom says, gotta have all the classes before you have the secondaries. And so I pitched this question to you, chat. Do you think we see augments at the launch of Alpha 2?
No.
And if not, because I imagine most of you will say no, how long until we see augments? I think most people are going to say no. And I wouldn't even imagine we get augments until they finish with the Summoner and the rogue, because I feel like you want to make sure you got that baseline coding. You want to make sure you got all the archetypes in the game before you start letting
Yeah.
people do a mix of the two. So I imagine
I
this is
would
one of those systems that we're pretty far out from.
I'm going like this is gonna be
Come on,
like
bitch.
pulling information out of my ass for no reason at all, because I kick puppies. So what I will say is I think you already said like that they plan on during the first adjustment iteration of the new patch for Alpha 2, they're going to come out with the next two archetypes. I think shortly after the archetypes are introduced, we will see the augment system. And so I would say that, you know, I don't know for sure, but let's say like quarter 3 we get Alpha 2. Quarter 4 at some point we will get the 2 remaining archetypes, and then I will say quarter 1 of next year we'll get augments. That's gonna be my guess.
Okay. So, Heat Crusher, thank you for subscribing, my friend. Thank you so much. Means a lot. So, let's talk about the next thing that chat brought up. I know the character creator was brought up, but I think Naval might have been brought up first. But either way, let's tackle Naval first. So this is one of mine. I really want to see Naval. I could see that. Thank you so much. I could really see that being one of our, if it's done right, like in-game loops, one of our core gameplay loops. We all know, or most of you should know, that most of the map, if I remember correctly, is water. It is the open seas, and on these open seas, it will be corruption-free PvP. Think about how we just saw the Node War. That was objective-based PvP, right? You didn't get corruption for killing them, like, because it was sanctioned PvP. I think that's the better word I'd like to use going forward, is sanctioned PvP, right? So you had this PvP going on, and it was okay. You didn't receive no corruption penalties. Well, the open sea is going to be that. The whole sea, all that content out there is just going to be fair game. It's going to be a high-risk, high-reward area. In fact, it's probably going to be the epitome of, or like, it's going to be risk versus reward personified, because I think they said they want like the best treasures and stuff like that on the open seas. And I never got a chance to play Arcage is naval content, but everyone unanimously say they did it the best. So I'm personally looking forward to naval content. I'm personally looking forward to naval content. I can't wait to see what they do with it. We have seen Ravs, which is, you know, it's the baby steps, but in that, I think we saw a lot of potential, and I think they're further along than what they're ready to show. Like, it's not show ready, but the fact that they got that water mechanics, the fact that they got the currents lets me know that they probably got the wave system, which is probably going to be essentially the same thing for the open sea. They probably got a sail system. I don't know, the water mechanics, the water physics look good. And else, you know, I love complimenting the water. I would do a whole video just on the water that I've seen in Vera. It looks really good. Looks really good. What are your expectations for naval content?
I'm so excited, man. Like I haven't played a naval game. I've thought about getting into, you know, when we had DA on and he was talking about how Arcage's naval was really fun, and a few other friends in my Discord. What's that big? Can't remember the name of the game, but basically I've been thinking about getting into a naval game just
Sea of Thieves, Skull and Bones.
Sea of Thieves, yes. I've been thinking about playing Sea of Thieves just to see if I'd actually like it. You know what I mean? Because I'm so excited about this game's naval, but I haven't really played. I haven't really played any naval, so it's like, well, maybe I won't like it. Maybe it'll be boring. But yeah, I'm really excited to see it. Like you said, I'm sure in the background they're developing and everything, and it'll probably be an Alpha 2 reveal, you know, later next year and everything. But yeah, I'm gonna test the shit out of that. It's gonna be so much fun.
Nice. How old is this video I'm viewing right now? Okay, this is them in 2017 with a Snapchat leak. Anyways, it's on the naval content page. But yeah, I think naval's a good one. Won't spend too much. We talk about the naval stuff a lot here. But yeah, I think that's something we're all looking forward to. Before we move on to the character creator, I'd like to once again thank you all for being here. We literally couldn't do this without the voices of Vera, so you guys literally carry us in content and chat. If you guys haven't, make sure you're subscribed to No One. on YouTube. Make sure you follow him on Twitch. No matter which one of us you watch, or if you jump from stream to stream, if you just go to the Ashes of Creation category, you'll find him, if that's the easiest way for you to do so. We are on both platforms. Don't tell no one I said that out loud. If you want to just, no matter where you follow, it just helps us out. If you leave a follow, like, subscribe on whichever platform, really means a lot for you. Yes, AC, thank you so much for being here. Yes, they are very amazing. So Phantom had a great little small tangent here. He says, corruption free, as far as those death penalties during the Node War, corruption free, but what about death penalties? So I'm a firm belief that anytime you die in Ashes of Creation, there should be death penalties. I think that's how it is already still, but I think, you know, death penalties should always be a thing unless it's like an instant arena kind of thing. But anytime you die in the open world of Era, I think there should be a death penalty.
I go back and forth on it. Like, I think there should be okay, so here are my two varying viewpoints, right? And I don't think you get death penalties for these events, right? Like Node Wars and everything, or at least you're not supposed to. I think
no, you do. You do. You don't get corruption. You get death penalties. So like a little degradation of your armor, and you know.
Yeah.
Stuff like
I
that.
feel like my only concern about death penalties is if they're a little bit too harsh. It doesn't promote people participating in combat so much as it promotes them running in a large group together.
Yep.
And so I'm not against it. I'm with you. Like, there should be penalties and everything. It would stop, you know, bullheaded people like me from jumping into a 15-man all the time to try and do stuff, because then I would be penalized for just being stubborn. I totally agree that it would stop that, but yeah, like tweaking that number to get it right, so it's not, so you get something, but it's not too punishing for participating in like different systems, I think is a good way to attempt to balance it.
Very well said. I completely agree. And I just, I promise you I didn't remember this until as you were talking, but that was like the point of one of my AMA questions that I asked Steven. Pretty much, do you feel like that would lead to zerging? Like, do you feel death penalty? I forgot how I worded the question, but do you feel like things like death penalties or and stuff like that and harsh penalties will lead to zerging? And his answer was like, the rewards are, you can zerg all you want, but there's only a set amount of rewards. The rewards are finite, which is true. Yeah. But yeah, I'm with you. Like, if it's too harsh, if you don't get it right, people they're not gonna want to participate in these systems. I feel like Node War death penalty, or any, I will say this right now. Here's my take: any purple death, that means you're flagged up for PvP, you're fighting back, or you're the Node War, or whatever. Any death penalty like that should be minuscule. Like, if my armor is fully repaired at 100% and I die during a Node War, I don't want my armor to drop past 99%, because I'm actively participating in an objective, I'm actively participating in PvP, etc., etc. I should not get a huge gear degradation and have to go grind off for 10 minutes of XP debt. It shouldn't be that penalizing. Now, should it be penalizing for the others, that the non-purples, the corrupted? Oh yeah, I want corrupted death penalties to be big.
Absolutely.
Should it be penalizing for the green, the people that just choose to not fight back and like, hey, you can kill me, I'm just gonna keep you can keep trying to kill me, I'm gonna keep picking these flowers? Yeah. But purple?
Absolutely.
Purple? I'm with you. I don't want no huge death penalties, and I want people to feel encouraged to participate in the objectives and everything like that. And if you got all these crazy death penalties for the simplest task and the common of deaths, then yeah, I'm with you. If they don't balance it right, it could be an issue. Ragnarok says there should be a scaling decrease of stats to deaths, otherwise the battles will never end. Oh yeah, that's true. And we mentioned that, like, how there's gonna be a point if you keep wiping in a dungeon. Let's say you get to that last boss, you fight your way through everybody, you get to that last boss, you guys keep wiping, you're gonna get punished. You're gonna get punished for wiping on that boss to the point where you're actually going to keep doing worse against the boss. Does that make sense to everybody?
Yep.
If you keep failing at the boss, you're going to fail. It's going to be even more difficult. If you find a boss difficult, it's only going to get more difficult after you guys wipe. And it's a fun concept. Steven had a good quote about it. I can't think of it right now, but what he said was pretty I thought was pretty cool, and I like the logic. I really do. It makes that reward, and when you finally do accomplish it, feel better. It's a weird concept, and I know it doesn't sound fun, right? It doesn't sound fun to a lot of you, but I talked about this on the ESO podcast the other day, where it's just like the reason that ESO Overland content isn't enriching and satisfying to me. And the reason I don't feel the need to be social on ESO, because I don't need to be social. The content, I don't need to, for Overland content, I don't need to call someone for help with something. I don't need help killing something. Like, the content's not hard. And thus, it's just like, I don't feel good even when I do kill that world boss that I soloed, you know? I don't feel like a badass. I don't think my build is top tier and amazing. It's just, the content's not challenging enough. Thus, my sense of satisfaction isn't up there. You beat... Els, I bet you will never forget that day you finally beat Margaret in Elden Ring. Or certain bosses. Like, it sticks with you.
Yep.
It sticks with you. I can't think of my first anything on ESO as far as, like, Overland bosses.
My first Maelstrom Arena run took me 9.5 hours to beat straight. So you couldn't save it.
Yeah.
I had a Saturday, you couldn't save it. Imagine if there was experience loss or gear degradation to that degree in that game. I wouldn't have made it. And that's a good thing. Like, it's a good thing that by design. I actually really like the idea of gear degradation. I think it's great. And I'm, you know, when it comes to PvP, like at ESO, if I saw a 12-man that I think I could kill, I would. There were times where I would spend like an hour trying to fight the same group because they were bagging me, and I was like, I just gotta kill this one person first. I gotta kill this one person first, and I got it. And I would die, and I would respawn, and I would come back. Die, respawn, come back. And I'm just that type of player. It eliminates those types of players from being that much of a pain in the ass, which I think is a good thing overall for the game. So.
Truing. Gutscore says, does that mean, as far as the raid boss, you know, being difficult the more you wipe on it, he says, does that mean though? AC with the $5 dono, thank you so much, appreciate that. Before they go into that, because yeah, it's gonna suck, man. Imagine you go through all these hard bosses, you get to that boss at the end that you want for that drop, and you have wiped too many times on the way to that boss, or you wiped on that boss like you're 10 times in, and you guys just aren't doing good. And oh, let's not forget, you know, I mean, I'm sorry to go paint this picture for you guys, but let's say you wiped on this boss 10 times, and that's only made it harder for you to try to attempt this boss, even though you're kind of learning the mechanics now, right? You kind of got your rotations. The healer kind of know what they're doing now. It's a PvX game. So what if you're 10 deaths in, you got hella death penalties, so you're just not as effective, you got negative XP going on, whatever. And then another group arrives there, you know? Another group arrives there, and maybe they want you out of the area, and they force some PvP action. What are you going to do? You're going to have to fight back, because guess what? If you don't fight back, you actually take more of a death penalty, right? So now you're just annoyed, and I'm not going full Care Bear here. I'm just trying to, you know, empathize, I guess, with the Care Bears and also, let you guys know the difficulties. And it's not a Care Bear thing. This is just something that we're going to have to worry about in the open world, right? Now, a group has entered said dungeon, and they're going to PvP you. And if you lose to them, well, I guess if you lose to them, it's not going to be as much of a death penalty as when you lost to the boss. But let's say they kill you, and now you're out of that area. You got to respawn far away. You guys got to really break down this game, really theorycraft what a core gameplay loop looks like in a true PvX game, and how you're gonna get frustrated. That picture, that scenario I just painted, yes, it's a vicious cycle. It's something you got to be mentally prepared for. You don't like, because I feel like these situations are going to happen, and then you're going to get really toxic people People are gonna report you. They're gonna take it personal. They're gonna dox you. They're gonna like call you bad words. They're gonna report you. They're gonna tell the whole server Discord on you, and that's just the game loop. That's the madness that Steven is literally constructing. Like, this is the system you subjected yourself to when you signed up for this game. And
From
people
today's patch.
talk like, "Oh, I'm all for PvP. PvP this, I don't mind. PvX, I'm with all of it." And then comes the day where you gotta grind something. You need to farm that special bow that you've been wanting out of that dungeon. You got your PvE skills slotted or whatever. You're failing on this boss, and then you get attacked. Your 10-man group gets attacked by this 30-man Zerg that just bum rushed the dungeon and said, "Yeah, out." Just food for thought.
Yeah. Yeah, things in this game are going to be so rewarding when you complete them for the first time. It's going to feel like the first people to complete the first dungeon, the first stage of Carfin, like all these different things. It's going to be feel so good, like I was the first.
Yeah.
I'm one of the few that can do this. I'm some of the people that can do this. It's what I'm looking forward to, and it's going to be slightly frustrating at the time. You know, there will be times where it just doesn't go well, and you're going to be a little annoyed. But you know, the wins make up for the losses, in my opinion. And so, yeah, it's what I'm looking forward to, and it was fun for me when I was playing Baldur's Gate, and like you would stumble across a boss because there's nothing laid out. It's not like, you know, it's not like Elden Ring where you see a room, right? And you're like, okay, I'm going into a room. What's gonna happen here, right? Like you know what's gonna happen in that room. You're gonna get your shit pushed in for 3 hours. In Baldur's Gate, it was a little bit different, and so I would encounter different things, and I would die, and I'd be like, "Holy crap! I was not ready for that," and I had to like think through how I was gonna go through this interaction. Like, okay, how am I gonna fight these guys? What am I gonna do? And I think a lot of that planning in advance is gonna be a big part of this game.
Indeed. Flyrock says people will probably min-max the hell out of the game before launch. I think with the existence of Alpha 2, Beta 1, Beta 2, whatever. Yeah, I think people will find things that are optimal. I predict that even before launch happens, people that have played the game, watched the game, whatever, already are going to know the most efficient way to grind, level, and stuff like that. It's just something that you really can't avoid, honestly.
17 months of being Welpsy's tax policy.
I think.
Hey y'all, it's Will.
I think there's going to be people that will have an advantage.
Primate, thanks so much.
But the more people you get that get their hands on the game, the more chance you have to find whatever's best. If that makes sense. So, like, if they flesh out their weapon trees the way we think that they're going to, if they flesh out their archetypes, their augments, all these sorts of things, there's so many different variables. It's going to be very, very tough to test everything. It's going to be very tough to test and figure out everything. So we'll have to see as we get there. I will tell you guys right now, when Nice and I are testing in Alpha 2 and we're testing in the Beta 1 and Beta 2, we'll be providing our opinion based off of what we test. And if it's as vast as what we think, like if you're watching these two channels, you'll have a good idea for what we think the meta will be when the game goes live, is what I'm trying to say. But that doesn't mean that we're going to have the best in slot. Like that very well could be very hard to find for like the first 6 months of the game.
I think a cool thing is that this is an open beta. It's not closed, so I don't think we have to worry about the min-max being gatekeep per se. I think it's different in games where not everyone gets to play it early. And this, I mean, that's going to be the case with Alpha 2. Not everyone's going to have access to it. Maybe everyone doesn't have access to Beta 2, and they're just going to play at launch, pay that $15 subscription, and play for the first time. One thing that's not gatekept, or one thing that's free to everybody, is knowledge. Knowledge and the power of research, aka Google. You have the knowledge, the means to search this stuff, to watch videos, to learn things, to go to the wiki. Nothing's holding you back from that. Even if you are someone that didn't get an Alpha 2 key, not playing Ashes of Creation, don't get to play Ashes of Creation before launch, do understand that these tools are made available to you, and just as the development is open, I mean, so will our streams be. You're going to be able to see this stuff. So, yeah.
I want to, real quick, Nice, I got two things.
Yeah.
Garza Millie talking about what we were just saying. He goes, as someone who was mainly a raider in the past, the death penalties on progression wipes is concerning. Even more so when I'm main tank, where I will be the first to drop.
Ooh.
It's a good point. I thought that was pretty funny.
Yes.
I don't know if he asked you this, but he did ask me this. So a couple weeks ago, I talked to Gladys on his 1v1 podcast, and the question he asked me nice was, if you found a build in the ashes and it was really strong, would you keep it for yourself or would you share it?
Oh, I'd share it.
Yeah. And I was like, yeah, I share it. And I did that in ESO for years before I realized that they don't fix stuff right away. So that at that point, when I did find something broken, I would share it with the devs. And then I would go, hey, this needs to get fixed right here. This is ridiculous. But yeah, we're open books for knowledge, guys. Like my stance on combat in any game is, if I've been playing something for 10 hours, 20 hours, 100 hours, and I come up with a build, if you can play the build that I've been working on for hundreds of hours better than me, more power to you. Like good for you. But I'm not seeing it happening. Like there's having a build and there's being able to play it at a high level. And so
not as hard as
you give them the tools, but it doesn't mean they're going to use them as well as you do. And so I'm
No, it's mine, guy, bitch. It's mine.
And I'm sure Nice does the exact same thing.
All my headshot damage.
And I don't even think that's because like, oh, for content. Oh, because I'm a content creator. I just like, like, hey. So and here's my thing. Like, if you stream, especially just from first a content creator standpoint, if you stream, people are constantly asking, what are you running? Why are you using this skill and not this one? I'd rather just have it out there. I'd rather just have it out there just to avoid those questions being too often. And I think if you find something strong, why not help the community to and provide them with a template?
17% damage.
Like, I don't know. That just makes sense to me. Like, why wouldn't you want? I mean, yes, your enemies will get a hold of it, right? But it's like, I don't want to feel like I'm keeping something from other people. For people that want to keep things too much to themselves, some things too close to the chest is like, I think it's usually involved in like exploits. There's some people like they'll find out this helmet is providing 10% more crit chance than it should, or something like that, and I'm like, I don't understand that mindset. Like, just report it, get it fixed. But yeah. Anyways, I just feel like, why not help each other? Because guess what? And I'll close with this.
And also the King Berserk ball.
If I start playing cleric, right? And I'm a tank main. I got the best tank build on the server. Blah blah blah. Everyone knows me. Everyone hits me up the tank, or I got guides on YouTube, whatever. Or let's say I don't have the guides, but I'm like the best tank on the server. I want to try cleric one day.
I have so much damage.
I try this dungeon. I'm trying to heal this dungeon that I tanked probably 30 times, right? This is my dungeon. I know all the mechanics. I've done it so many times. If I'm on my cleric and there's a tank there, I know what they should be doing. I'll try to guide them, but what if they just can't succeed? What if their gear is horrible? Instead of stacking Constitution, they've been, as a tank, stacking crit chance. They have no evasion bonuses. They have no max health pieces. They're in cloth armor. And we just can't succeed because the tank is the first person to die, and they're dying so often. And yeah, I'm a cleric. I'm trying to learn cleric. I feel like I'm a decent healer, but I can't keep this guy alive because he's getting one shot. I can't heal him through a one shot. Now, if I would have just shared my knowledge, if he would have had a guide, or if I would have just gave him some advice on how to tank that better, I would have an easier time when I switch to my cleric. And thus, you have less of a trash community when the knowledge is spread.
The other thing, too, to piggyback off that, Nice, is because this game is rock, paper, scissors, where things will be able to be hard countered a little bit easier in this game, in theory.
Yeah.
If I share ridiculous one-shot OP rogue build, and that's literally what the YouTube title is, because I want all the clicks. Like, if I share something like that, well, there's going to be rogue defensive abilities. There's going to be counters. So people are like, hey, this build's really strong. A YouTuber just posted it. We might want to put some rogue defensive capabilities, some revealing flares, some stuff that will pull rogues out of stealth, because you're gonna probably see a few more of them now. Because there's this really, there's this really strong build out there. So we're just gonna make sure that we're gonna take care of this, and we will, make sure that they don't have a fun day if they try to attack us. There's gonna be hard counters like that in this game, and yeah. I think those strong builds are only as strong as the community allows them to be.
Agreed.
It around in a second.
So I think the last one that I think a lot of us are wanting to see is the character creator. We don't have to spend too much on this one. Probably ready to close it out here soon.
We've gone in a different direction, but I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that.
And well, we'll get two more. The character creator one was from chat. I think I agree with the character creator one.
Oh my god.
This is something that I'm sure we're gonna get, so it's not really on my list. I know we're gonna get it. They've said this actually even recently that we're gonna get our hands on the Alpha 2 character creator before Alpha 2 actually launches. I expect PI to get instead of their templates that they've been getting to get an in-depth character creator. My theory, I don't have nothing supporting this, but my theory is that they're waiting for more of the races to be for surely ready. I think one person was on a dwarf during the Node War. I'm not positive, but I think I saw Z was on one. But my guess is that they're obviously just working through bugs, make sure it's really polished, and then that maybe they're just fine-tuning some of the races at a base before they let the community start messing with that race and, messing with sliders and stuff. Livio says, Livio says, sorry, nice. Loreforge got TGF's raid, but I am here. Oh, no, it's fine. I was actually about to raid Loreforge myself, so that'll be fun. We'll do that after we close the show out. I want to know what else's last thing to see that remains to be seen from Ashes of Creation.
Yep. So, guys, it has to be seen before Alpha 2, or else I'm going to have a problem, and that is Rogue. Steven, I'm sorry, you're wrong. You were wrong. Rogue has to be in there. I can't believe that you would, bit in our faces like this and deny us the Rogue, the sneaky, stealthy, damagey boy. No, sorry, I had to mess around. But no, in all seriousness, I am really looking forward to seeing the Rogue. But as far as before Alpha 2 goes, I think we covered him pretty well. I do want to see augments. I do want to see Guild Wars because I want to see where the difference. But I'm just ready to get Alpha 2 rolling. We're at the last month of quarter 2 nice.
Yeah.
So I will ask you this, since we're at the last month of quarter 2, what % chance do you think it is that we get an announcement for the date for Alpha 2, since July 1st is quarter 3?
Ooh. Yeah, they had to do it in July. I mean, have is a strong word, but it only makes sense. You're right.
Makes sense, doesn't
I didn't even think about that. I didn't even think about the month announcement. I mean, they don't have to do a date, but yeah, the month. So let's think about that. Yeah. So we have what? July, August, September. So we're working with 3 months. If you announce you wouldn't announce the month before, right? So you know what? Else confirmed it. Yeah, we're getting the month reveal next month. And you know what? This kind of lines up with Intrepid's recent history. On a serious note, they have a boring, and I'm just going to use that loosely. They have a boring stream subject with tech next month, right?
Oh, yeah.
You see where I'm going with this? Thanks for the follow.
Yep.
Tech stream, they know people aren't going to be, all super hype, sharing the stream around, and, the copium isn't going to be super filled. I think we get the Alpha 2 month and the the June tech stream. Yeah. Innovative. It wasn't nothing different that we haven't really seen. And it was all right, well, that was that. Quarter 3, 2024, it was big. It was good.
Yep.
So I think the tech stream is going to be like that. And that, because you know how they try not to do certain things because they'll distract from the feedback that they want. It's like why they didn't show PvP during the first Caravan showcase. It's why, they space certain things out. The tech stream, I imagine they're not going to have, they're going to have a forum thread for feedback or whatever, but I imagine they're not going to gain much feedback or seek out but so much feedback to their tech stream, right? So something needs to carry that. So maybe, and I could be wrong, it could be a banger of a tech stream. Who knows? Maybe the Dwarf Rogue is showing the tech in the damn Sand Squall Desert for all we... Yeah, maybe. But yeah. Magisto says... My prediction, June live stream. Steven will tell us to stay tuned for a special announcement next month, which is July live stream, where Steven gives us the official date, which will be in mid-September. Mid-September is a very good guess. That's where I have it. Mid or late, well, mid-September. 15th through the 20th is my guess. 6 weeks heads up. Better question is, how long until the panic sets in? I mean, if we make it through all of July without knowing the month that Alpha 2 is in, and literally only August and September remains in quarter, it's like,
No.
I think they should show off how they will handle 100, 200K testers with their net October or September. Yeah, it was September.
So-
Wetten, dass du die neuen KI-Features vom Google Pixel 8 Pro ziemlich praktisch.
Mach mit beim Check.
You know that thing we do where we go, yeah, I know I should, but yeah, I know I need to fix.
What do you do?
I drive.
Like a limo drive?
I like movies.
Oh. You mean all the car chases and stuff?
Yeah.
That dangerous?
this world slows morning. They do to musket, they basically gave them 20% damage, and they fixed all the bloom with the aliens and stuff.
move the phone around?
Well, I will. I'm just seeing if anyone is popping on.
Okay.
So I can tell.
That way, I mean, it'd be hard to see the comments.
I know. I don't know why. I don't see any viewers. I don't see anyone yet, so, or anything. So I can't tell if we're live. Okay, hi Ellie, we have our first comment. Thank you guys. We just want to make sure that we are actually live. You want to see if I look okay in the shot here?
All right.
Aside from the wind.
Looks kind of okay. The mount for the camera is blocking it.
Oh.
That's because it's not turned around.
What? I just turned it around.
No, the phone.
Oh, okay. Well, oh, okay. Well, please fix it. Sorry, guys. Oh, okay. Cool. Okay.
That ought to work better.
All right. So we are here in a different location. We're not quite on the beach, although the beach isn't too far away. We're using Starlink again, and we have some breaking news, which is the fact that the FAA has granted the launch license here on this Tuesday. So that launch is expected to be Thursday morning. We don't usually get it even this early for Starship, right?
For the past, getting it a little bit less than 2 days ahead is pretty amazing. So it's a really great thing. And as Ellie said, it's still on track for Thursday, 7 a.m. Central Time. That's 1200 UTC with a 2-hour window.
2-hour window. Well, we're going to be up bright and early, and this is just great news. I mean, we were thinking for sure that it was going to be based on the weather conditions and all of the other evidence that we had to support it, but it really looks like it is going to be, well, on Thursday unless something happens with the weather.
Right. And also, you know, this is part of that FAA exclusion where they allow them to move ahead without a public safety issue, what happened on Flight 3. And so while that investigation is continuing, they're allowing Flight 4 to go. And interestingly enough, it looks like there may be some language in the approval that might allow Flight 5 to go well, assuming that there's not any big issues with Flight 4. So this could be really big news as far as the speed of getting the next one going after this.
Right, and we are here at a different location. One thing that people might not be able to see, but the Gateway to Mars sign is no more. And why is that? Because that was just taken down quite recently.
Yes, it was. You know, actually, it was put up not too long ago.
Right,
either.
well, that's true.
But the biggest issue with it is that the wall that the Gateway on Mars, what Gateway to Mars sign used to be located with, had to be dismantled and removed because right behind us, about where you see that yellow crane behind Ellie, is where they are putting in the foundations for the second tower. In fact, they've progressed very quickly. They did the dewatering to make sure that the ground was suitable for the construction. They've installed something like 130 or more something called CFA piles, continuous flight auger piles, which are very strong, go deep into the bedrock to give a great support. And they finished the rebar for the pile cap, which is basically the foundation before they could start going vertical on the tower. So they're moving quickly.
Well, and you took a helicopter ride over Starbase for the first time this morning. I did not because I'm a chicken. What did you see and what did you notice? Maybe, you know, things that you've gathered from the ground. Anything different from the sky?
Well, it's kind of hard because there's something called TFR, a temporary flight restriction. Actually, it's more of a semi-permanent one, but it's basically centered on the original tower and it goes out 2.5 miles. So we had to stay up to get some. The biggest things that you'll note is that there's right now. That's because they are doing a final tile work. And we can see a little bit of this work behind us. It's a much better view here from the ground as far as getting ready for the next tower. And also the Star Factory is almost complete as far as the outer structure of the building. And the multi-level parking garage is structurally complete as well.
Okay, they're saying it's glitchy and that we're losing signal.
All right, okay.
Which is weird, because we're on Starlink.
Okay, I'm gonna try something, I'll be right back.
Well, I guess you just get me. But yeah, we are going to be riding horses later tonight, so that's going to be really fun. Gene, aka Space Padre Isle, is going to be bringing his horses out, so that's why I look quite ridiculous in my dress with boots that maybe you can see. And it should be fun. It's clear again. They say it's clear again.
I just moved the router.
So, good. Okay. So, sorry, what were we saying? So some people are saying, what about the sign? Well, the SpaceX sign is still there. But gosh, the Gateway to Mars sign was only up since what, March?
Approximately that time, yes. Just a few months. And I would not be surprised if we see the SpaceX sign goes away too. Mostly because literally right behind where Ellie is standing, where that crane is, just a little bit to the right over in this area here, is where the second tower is going to be, and that's going to be quite close.
Which, you know, for people watching all around the world, they maybe have heard that there are 2 towers coming here to Starbase, but maybe they're not aware of just how freaking close these towers are going to be. So for someone who might have a question, is it okay to be that close together?
I think so. The way it looks, again, I have a few aerial shots, but it's hard to show on the live stream. But it looks like the towers are not exactly in a line from the point of view of the rocket on its trajectory. I think that they're going to put the orbital launch mount on the second tower to the southeast. If that's the case, then as it lifts off and it starts going to the east, it won't fly directly over the tower. So they've at least worked with that. Now they're limited kind of land that they have here to work with. So they're trying to maximize what they already have. The last thing I would say, if you're familiar with Starbase, looking over the last few years, is right behind us is where the suborbital launch support facilities, the tanks, and also pad A and B used to be. And I say used to be because there is nothing left. It's completely gone.
Right. And someone just said in the comments they were not aware of how close they are. So I really like that we can show you this different angle, different, part of Starbase, because gosh, so much work is going on. One of the other things that we ran into some viewers from Germany, and they were saying, well, why is it destacked all of a sudden? We speculate that, they had it stacked for the picture. Yes, they installed the flight termination system, the FTS, but they can destack and restack again, even with that FTS, and that we shouldn't be worried.
No, I don't think so. I believe that they had it for an employee picture, and now that they know that they've got the launch license, they were expecting that as well. They want to fix some last-minute tile work that needs to be done, and stacking, they had so much practice with that, it doesn't take very long. And another thing you may or may not be aware of, but on the top of this booster on the hot staging ring, they actually added a 4th kind of a mounting lug, and looks like there's some sort of sensor on the top too. And it seems like that made a big difference with stacking ship 29 on booster 11 as compared to 10 and 28.
Right. So what else shall we talk about? This, or shall we move to the beach?
Well, we could either do that, or if there's any questions from some of your viewers,
let me take a look.
about
Sorry.
this part here.
Heat shield in capital letters. That's one of the other reasons why we speculate that they destacked, is because even that picture that I posted 2 days ago on the beach, you can see a few missing of the tiles. So we really don't have any room for inconsistencies with the shielding.
I would say that those tiles were missing when they brought it out of the production facility here. So it's not like they fell off while they were here. While the ship was over at the production facility, they spent a lot of time with the heat shield tiles. They started from the tip. They removed all of them around the tip of the rocket itself. They've used a couple of new techniques. One, they've kind of, if you want to think about scuffing up the stainless steel to give it more of a bite into the glue, they've changed the glue from an old red kind of glue, which most likely has to do with the heat capability of the glue, to now have a blue one. And they've really gone to task with Ship 29 of removing a lot of tiles, re-gluing them on in the sections that it's glued on. But the ones that are just remaining here are just remnants over. Nothing has fallen off that I'm aware of since they brought it out to the orbital launch site.
Another question, do you work for SpaceX?
I
Because
do
it sure
not.
sounds like you do.
Well, it's kind of my background, and I'm really enthusiastic. I would say that there's a lot of great channels. You know, Alien Space is a good one, NSF. You have Marcus House. You have CSI Starbase. If you really want to know the details, you got to watch Zach and CSI Starbase. There's What About It. There's just a lot of different ones. Everyday Astronaut's great. Cosmic Perspectives. There's some wonderful videos, and all of that together really helps flesh out the information.
Right. Let's see some other. And sorry guys, it's hot out here. I know. Joe doesn't have to wear makeup, but someone says Ellie is using her Starlink, runs $150 a month when you activate it. Correct. I do not have it activated all the time because it is expensive, and I don't need it all the time. I only really need Starlink when I'm down here, and I have to say it makes a huge difference. If we didn't have Starlink, we would not be able to live stream down here, just period. So we're very thankful that it works down here, and it's, you know, being powered by the Cybertruck, so it's kind of a nice combination there. Thank you for the super chat from Ron's Diggin' the Midwest. Another Cybertruck lover in the back.
Stellen Sie sich vor, die Automatisierung der Fertigung wäre einfach. Wir stellen vor, Vention, eine Plattform zum Entwerfen, Automatisieren, Bestellen und Bereitstellen von Fertigungsanlagen innerhalb weniger Tage. Entwerfen Sie automatisierte Anlagen und Roboterzellen in wenigen Minuten mit Machine Builder. Ziehen Sie modulare Komponenten wie Extrusionsprofile, Förderbänder und Roboterarme per Drag and Drop direkt in Ihren Entwurf. Programmieren Sie Ihre Anlagen codefrei mit Machine Logic und simulieren sie direkt in Ihrem Browser.
What kind of Starlink is that? Like a ham radio kind of thing?
No, I think it's the version 3. It's kind of a flat plate. It no longer has motors inside to move, so through the app it will tell you if it needs to be moved one way or the other, and it's just got a router and basically a power brick, and that's what comes with it. And it works obviously with the satellites that are put up by SpaceX. Eventually we'll see more of them being put up by starships, and of course the Cybertruck can bring out Raptors here too if need be.
Are they attempting a flip and burn with Starship or a splashdown?
Both, actually. The objectives of this flight, they've kind of streamlined it from the last flight. They basically want to get it into orbit, and it will be an orbital trajectory, but the perigee will enter the atmosphere, and it will cause it to naturally enter over Indian Ocean. They want to try to get it through re-entry as deep into the atmosphere as possible. That requires two things. One, the ship needs to be under control, and we talked about that before about some of the thrusters that had some icing. They've added some new thrusters, but they need it under control so that the heat shield has the best chance to demonstrate its capabilities, and assuming that it can go all the way through, then they are planning on doing the flip and burn and then hopefully a soft splashdown in the Indian Ocean. And one of the things that you're talking about Starlink, we saw this on Flight 3. Flight 4 is going to have Starlinks as well. If it's under control, if the heat shields work, we may see live streaming all the way down to the water, which would be incredible.
Crazy. I mean, even the last flight, you know, making it 50 minutes and seeing everything that we did see was also like, it looked computer generated, particularly with the plasma there on the end part of the flight. So yeah, tell me about, you were making a comparison in a recent video you did about the Falcon 9 versus Starship booster return, and you had some interesting sort of course it's not going to be a perfect comparison because they're so different, but explain some of the key findings.
Okay, I did do a video on this, so if you want to check out my YouTube video and you can get a lot more information, but essentially I compared the return to launch site Falcon 9 to the Starship booster and the profiles that SpaceX uses for the boost back burn and then getting ready for the landing burn. And a couple of the differences are the Falcon 9 does an entry burn, so it will slow itself down from somewhere around, say, 50 kilometers down to 30 kilometers, and this is on an RTLS.
Hold on.
Okay.
Oh, wait, this is an active construction site, so I want to make sure that you guys can hear us. But yes, hit the like button. Good point, Bob. Hit the like button. Please subscribe to Alien Space. this is the time for my channel to really shine, and I really appreciate the support. In fact, if you look over my channel's history, every giant spike you see is during a Starship launch. So I really appreciate all of the new viewers, the viewer support. If you guys don't know us already, I guess it's a good time to give a little background. I'm Ellie in Space. I quit my job exactly 2 years ago this month in TV news. So I was a full-time TV journalist reporting on, you know, car accidents and fires and sad stuff, and I decided to leave that behind and instead cover SpaceX and what they're doing down here. And then Joe, you can say a little bit about who you are.
Well, I'm Joe Tegmeyer. Most people know me from my Gig at Texas drone flights, but I've kind of been branching out a little bit. I just flew at the Corpus Christi lithium plant. I'm doing some space. As my basic background is I went to the Air Force Academy. I got an undergraduate degree in astronautical engineering, and then the Air Force Institute of Technology sent me to the Ohio State University, where I got a double master's in aero and astro, and I was a pilot in the Air Force as well.
So if you guys wonder why I don't know as much as him, he has a lot more background in this, but I'm so grateful that Joe decides to come on my channel, because you could be, you know, really informing on your own channel. So we're thankful for you.
My goal is to help people understand what's going on, maybe give a little bit of context to it, and getting a lot of people enthusiastic and interested in space, and this is a great way of doing that.
Well, and thank you for the $20 super chat from Truth to T. People are liking what we're doing out here, and so that's why we're trying to go live every single day until the launch.
Yeah, so between 30 to catch, and also for rapid reuse. So we're going to be watching that as well.
Well, and I just want to have a special guest pop on for a second here. You guys may or may not recognize him.
I brought my...
Over the Starliner launch, only to have it be scrubbed over and over. I still don't need... We have over 1,200 people watching right now, and we're standing in front of a construction.
And also...
Someone asked me...
They were being kept over at the port of Brownsville, but they just recently moved all of them over to the Sanchez site near the production facility. And then the last segments are all being put on a barge heading this way from Florida. And one of the things that they learned from the original tower is that they can build them much more modularly, and each of the sections have a lot of the pipes, the stairs, all the stuff that they need. And they've modified a little bit of the design to make them light enough so that the crane can lift them up. So really the thing that's slowing them down at this point in time is right behind us, where they're putting in the pile cap, the foundation, and then the base of the tower. Once that is there, then the tower will go up probably faster than we think. You know, maybe a couple of months, and that would be done from the point where they start putting that on. Of course, the next thing is the orbital launch mount needs to be built. I don't know if they put in the CFA piles for that or what their plan is. And we also honestly don't know, is it going to be completely different? Is it going to be changed? Are they going to use a flat plate water deluge system like we see here? Are they going to be able to build something different because it's a clean sheet of paper? There's nothing to have to be worked around from the original one.
Well, and talk about, you know, for the second launch, we had the water-cooled steel plate going. And yesterday we had not only the first static fire over there at Massey's, which is just down the road, not too far, but also the first use of a flame trench at Starbase. So why did they put one there and not here? Mr. Crystal Ball.
Yeah, that's a really good question. Part of it has to do with, I think, the land that they have available and what they can work with. Here it's kind of constrained with the amount of land that they are able to construct on. They recently did get a kind of a section of land purchased, and that allowed them to go ahead with this work here. The other thing is that even though Massey's is next to the river, like literally right next to the river, here we're next to the Gulf, the ocean, basically. So maybe there's a water table issue that they're having to deal with here, where it may not allow a flame church at all. But it is a good question, because we just don't know. I don't see any indications that they're digging for a trench.
Right.
But they're going to have to do some sort of water-cooled something.
Yeah.
And the question is it a steel plate like the old one, or is it something completely new? The other thing is this is going to be its template for the ones at Florida.
I was going to say, I haven't really been up to date on where they're at, but we know that that's also... They want to have 4 total, 2 here, 2 there.
Well, one of the interesting things about the tower over at near Pad 39A in Florida is that originally they did have a orbital launch mount construction very similar to this one. They've removed all of that. So that gives us maybe an idea that they've got a different design in mind. So
interesting. Well, how about this? I'll come up with the questions, you come up with the answers.
Sure, sure.
We're a very interesting duo because I'm telling you, without Joe, I don't know where my channel would be, truly. So we really appreciate all of your knowledge and expertise. Let's see what people are saying here. What time is it even?
I'm not sure. Probably around 6.
Oscar says, great job. Thank you. SpaceX needs to improve Starlink in Texas. I mean, it's usually pretty good.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's definitely improving with the constellation that they have and the coverage, but obviously there's still areas that can get a boost. It is a little ironic that we're at Starbase and Starlink still struggles a little bit here. But you know, compared to what we used to have, this is great.
Yeah, right. Oh my gosh. I remember one time it was like I could only stay in one spot, and the second I moved here, it was cutting and people couldn't hear me. Well, it is 5:45, so I want to make sure I have some battery on my phone because we're trying to film this fun music video for you guys. We may do a little live stream with the horses, but I got to make sure that my phone has battery. So unless you have something else to tell them here, I think we're going to wrap and then come back in a little bit.
You know, there should be some more developments between now and the launch, the biggest of which is to get the restack back. So we'll probably...
C'est quoi ce changement d'arme de merde? Change d'arme, salope! C'est quoi ce délire? Yes, je l'ai eu! Putain, son imitation! Aïe, 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 papy! Ça, c'est bon. kommst du?
You need this if you want to be max
Was die Crew von AIDA so besonders macht. Wir haben so viele verschiedene Jobbereiche an Bord.
So many cultures, so many religions. It's colorful.
Destination gesehen, die ich sonst jetzt wahrscheinlich noch nie gesehen hätte. Das ist einfach super spannend. Und wann kommst du zu uns?
of these subscriptions can really add up. So why not get YouTube Premium? It's like having all those and the entire world of YouTube uninterrupted for just one price.
Make sure you have the cake at all
YouTube
times.
Premium. Try 1 month free of charge.
You just have so much haste with the headshot. You just need to turn on people using the headshot.
Day one with crossplay? I think it will, yeah. We'll find out on Friday. I'm pretty sure they'll announce it. If they don't announce it, then you can assume that there's no crossplay, but if there is crossplay, then I assume it would also be announced. Only a couple days to go, Chad. The waiting is finally over. Or, well, almost finally over. Alright, I don't know how many rabbits we're going to kill. We're just going to go up and down this road a few times.
Waffles in space is a tremendous one. Believe me, nobody loves waffles more than I do. But let's talk about Biden for a moment. This guy couldn't flip a pancake if his life depended on it. He's too busy sniffing hair and fumbling with his dentures to even think about space exploration.
I don't know exactly what qualifies as broken. I assume like not blue screening the consoles or whatever, you know, it doesn't cause like some sort of major shutdown of the console. But certification will hopefully mean that they have to be more rigorous with their testing, which then might be good for us, because we're gonna, if we are doing crossplay, we'll likely be playing the same build. So it could be good. Charlie, good to see you, man. What's going on? How are you getting 1 diamond gypsum each rabbit? The first sort of 6 rabbits you kill will typically drop a diamond gypsum. I think you can get 6 diamond gypsum a day. Check that real quick. No, I can't. I've got 47 on me. With all these obvious low population related so then I hope people don't get fired. Amazon has had a huge amount of people come and go in the studio the past 2-3 years. The number of people that have joined and then left is staggering. You don't really get to see it, but they have. Whether they're getting fired or whether they're just quitting, I don't really know. But it's even, I'm pretty sure I know to be true. Yo, Twisty, good to see you. It says, hi chat, did yesterday's patch fix the wonkiness that it's like last script? I'm gonna be honest, man, I feel like combat so far is not great, Twisty. I don't feel like this is dramatic increase, sadly. Having played yesterday with the hatchet in particular, I just felt like a lot of my attacks still weren't connecting, weapon swapping, and then sadly there has been a new bug in dodging that makes sure dodges cost twice as much stamina, which is a bit of a kick in the teeth, you know? Yeah, I can't, sadly, I can't really say that combat is feeling much better with this patch. I'm curious how they're going to test shots when there's 3 people per server. We tried yesterday flying hamster. We got, I don't want to say nearly 100 people in Windsward, but it didn't seem to be enough people. It looks like you might have to have 150 to 200 people in one area, which is, yeah, tricky to do. Real tricky to do in the current state for New World. So, I don't know. Unless they plan to do some sort of like free-to-play weekend or whatever and hope that people would join. Don't know how we're going to test shotting. Spartan says it's 8 billion times worse. 8 billion? That's a pretty significant increase in the worstness of the game. Charlie B says weapon swap is still annoying. Can't understand why they broke it. I know, man. It's such a shame. I had hopes for Slayer Script making the game better, but we still haven't seen it now. It's been 2 months since they made the change, and the game feels worse. It's real sad. Twisty says that's unfortunate. I guess I'm still not coming back to the game, but thanks for providing content. No worries, man. I'll keep you up to date. I mean, we play every patch in New World. We still remain hopeful that one day. I mean, dude, they just reverted the patch to Season 4 and just left it there. I think it would be a good in between right now. Haunted Web says, Baggins, could you explain how shards work? Can't seem to activate it. Shards will only kick in when there's like 200 people in the same area. So you have 200 people inside of Windsward, 200 people on the Windsward starting beach. That's when a shard will kick in. So you're not going to be able to activate shards because there's just not enough people in the same area at the same time. Shards only really work when you're on a fresh start server with lots of players. Or we're playing, remember when we used to have queues for servers? Remember those days? That's when a shard would come in. So you're basically never going to see any sharding right now because we simply do not have enough players.
YouTube
Is this
Premium
Azoth active?
ist YouTube ohne Unterbrechung. Plus keine Unterbrechungen innerhalb YouTube
Burn Liberty will
So
solve all our
können Kids
problems.
den
Man,
ganzen Tag zu
I
Kicksport
feel
Beats
like my
tanzen.
excitement for Burn
YouTube
Liberty
Premium,
is
keine Unterbrechungen und so
non-existent.
viel mehr. Ein
Still
Monat
debating whether we
testen,
want to try and play
kostenlos.
PAX Day in a couple of weeks, chat. I don't know. Do I want to pay money for that? I wasn't really very impressed with the alpha. And I can't imagine the game has improved much between, what was it, like 3 weeks ago and now? 4 weeks ago? But maybe, I don't know. Terrace Land at the end of the month as well, but... hang on, where did you get sharding info, Baggins? This is new stuff. It's in the patch notes, the sharding stuff. It's in the, you can just read about how the shards work in the patch notes. Exclamation mark patch in the chat. Manta, what's going on, friend? How you doing? We're looking for bunny rabbits, chat. If you see any, let me know. Oh, I see one over here. There we go. I just want the flail, chat. I don't want that bunny flail, so we can use it as transmog. And then we're gonna play Lifestaff flail. Unless you like base building, I would wait on PAX Day. Yeah, exactly. And I'm not really that much into base building. I do play quite a few games with the base building elements, but typically I play them with Gamgee, and she does all the base building. I just run around and fight stuff and gather resources. But you can't really do that in PAX Day because combat's pretty poop. Twisty says no queue, but you can't leave the beach because the adjacent zones will be fun. Well, what should happen is I think all of Windsward, in theory, and all of Monarchs will be sharded. But I don't know. I don't know how that would work. You load into the beach and you're in a shard, so you're not overloaded with players. But then if you leave, do you then get hit with a queue as you just sort of step out of the beach area? I don't know how that works. Do we know the exact trigger for shards, says Problem Solver? No, we don't. I've seen the number floated about 150 to 200. I don't know, but again, that's just people like spitballing a number. 150 to 200 people. I would say it should be less than that, though. I'd say you notice, a lot of people notice a drop in frame rate when there's more than 50 people in an area. But 150 to 200 seems to be about the number. I would suspect the number that they were going to use for sharding will be similar to what they use for influence races. If you guys have done an influence race, you'll know that if there's too many people in the area, it says, sorry, there are too many people in this area, and then teleports you away. Which really sucks. It's really... But whatever that number is, that there's a criteria for influence races that then teleport you away, that's probably the same number for sharding, I would suspect. And my guess is somewhere in the 100 to 200 region. 5 raid groups, 6 raid groups or so. Jay was saying 125 players a few times. Yeah, I think it is definitely over 100. I'm sure it's over 100. Anyone know the amount of rabbits you have killed? There's one way that you can kind of do it, I think. If you skin every single rabbit you kill, then you'll be able to keep track of it, I believe. Because don't you get 1 game meat for every single rabbit you kill? So I've killed 83. I think that's the way that you could do it, basically. I believe it's 1 game meat per rabbit. Citation needed, I don't know, maybe I might be wrong. But I think that's it. So I've killed 83 according to the number of game meat. And then obviously you can't buy, deposit, sell, drop the game meat. You gotta keep it on you all the time to keep a track. Should be a quest with a counter? Yeah, I agree. It'd be nice if we could put something up like that, but the game knows, yeah, but there's no way to get that data to show. Haunted Web says I would rather play a dead game with no cheaters than a populated game full of cheaters, to be honest. Wait, what is this in reference to? PAX Day? New World? 53 rabbits, 35 minutes, rabbit event over, shame. Yeah, there's a surprising number of people who have, with the rabbit event, they got all of the drops on the first rabbit they killed. I think there's too many people for there not to be some sort of bug going on there, to be honest. Seeming a bit sus. Haunted says big fan of anti-cheat software, I hope it works now. Yeah, it's interesting to see it actually launching when you play New World, like some bespoke anti-cheat software specifically for New World. Be interesting to see whether it stops bots and stuff like that. I'm gonna have to take a look around and see if we can spot any more bots today. Everywhere I go for rabbits, there's already people there. Yeah, dude, I'm the same, man. That goes. I have to go to some really obscure locations to try and find some rabbits. Yeah, the event isn't the most exciting, it's gotta be said. I mean, it's just kill rabbits. That's it. There's no tokens, there's no kill a certain number of rabbits and then a mega rabbit appears. It doesn't give you, I don't know, it is just kill rabbits that die in one shot. Some of them explode, you know, wow. It's not the most exciting. I mean, I'll take something over nothing. It's like a little bit extra to look for, but I will agree to that. We played at 20 versus 21 because that many people crashed. We got disconnected from one yesterday. Really? Man, 20 versus, jeez, dude. So 30 people either side crashed out? That's insane. I haven't heard of anything like that happening in a long time. I haven't had any crashes since we started playing this patch, at least, anyway. Right, we'll go slightly north of Morningdale. I think we'll hopefully encounter some more rabbit spawns. Yo, Split, what's going on? Nice day for fishing? I don't know if we have any fishing planned today. My fishing's already maxed out. So no, probably no fishing. Legendary fish are kind of handy to get these days because they make the best stat food again. Amazon have gone back to the good old days where, you know, fried albinaja, roasted new fish. This is the best food again. But I'd rather just buy it, honestly, than spend all the time trying to catch one legendary fish. Somebody needs to do it, though. We do need some fishes out there, otherwise there'll be no stamp food. Alright, looking for rabbits again.
Hör dir erschreckend gute Podcasts an. Mit der YouTube Music App.
Should be a big density of them because it's their revenge after all. Yeah, you should kill one and then another 2 spawn, and then you kill one and another 3 spawn, you know? It'd be cool. Or they could even do like in Legend of Zelda.
Von was für einer Spinne reden wir denn hier?
Eine Spinne kann nur 2 Sachen. Essen und töten.
Wie schmeckt euch das neue Flensburger Strandlager? Kräftig. Kräftig. Hä? Kräftig. Wild. Ja, kräftig und mild zugleich. Das neue Flensburger Strandlager. Flott dich ans Meer. Übrigens, pro verkaufte Flasche Flens wird wieder 1 Quadratmeter Strand gereinigt. Die Flens Strandgutaktion. Jetzt mitmachen.
Fishing. Charlie B says my game crashed a few times since the update. It closed completely without lag or something. Interesting. It's weird how there's like certain people having certain bugs and then not others. Like people when they go to the trading post and they say there's a read from their storage shed. I haven't had that one myself, but Fulux says I went to Elysian Wilds last night. Those rabbits did not seem to be working towards the event. They were still Angry Earth tinged. Okay. Yeah, I mean I was looking at the Eterna map for rabbit spawns and it didn't say there was any rabbit spawns in Elysian Wilds, so maybe they're a different type of rabbit, I guess. Okay. Please respawn. Hey, Manstra, good to see you, man. How you doing, friend? Arator says, I hope AGS roll back to the last update. There's not too much they need to change, to be honest. It's the stamina thing. That's all they gotta change. The gear skull scaling thing was already in before this patch anyway. So they just need to change the stamina stuff. I don't think there's anything else that's really extreme, right? Is there anything I'm forgetting? I think it's just the stamina bug that they need to address as quickly as they can.
Oh.
I mean, realistically, I would prefer if they just rolled back to pre-Slayer script at this point, so we can have weapon swapping be, you know, decent again and less desync. But yeah, I'm not seeing any rabbits, chat.
Came out early. I was just about to
I'm still too far off. Stamina bug? Yeah, there's a stamina bug where if you're it happens in a bunch of different ways. If you are aiming and then you dodge, so observe how much stamina my dodge costs right now. That's 50 stamina right there. 50 stamina, 50 stamina. So that you know, 2 dodges is 100 stamina. Now if I aim, or if I block, and then I dodge, 1 dodge is 100 stamina. If I aim, 1 dodge, 100 stamina. So yeah, it's just a weird janky bug. But it's not only with aiming and dodging as well. You can use any ability that requires you to kind of like aim or something like that, and that also causes an issue. So for example, if we put a fire staff on real quick, and then we try and aim pillar of fire, and then I dodge, 100 stamina. If I put a life staff on, and then I try and cast Sacred Ground, and I dodge, 100 stamina. So yeah, anything that requires you to aim or block is doubling stamina cost, which is really painful. Run out of stamina very, very quickly. It's not good. Same if you weapon swap and dodge at the same time, really? At the same time? Hold on, let me try. Oh yeah, look at that. Wow. What the heck is going on there? What have they done? Weird. Well, luckily I don't do that because I'm bad, and that many key presses is too tricky for me. But why did they break something with every update? I know, dude. It's kind of sad, isn't it? Makes it hard to get excited for the announcement when we see this stuff. Problem Solvers says, can I share a funny video about June's announcement? Yeah, go ahead, post it in chat. Why not? Take a look. Problem Solver. Did you see the YouTube video of the naked tank? Zero's a nearly naked player being invulnerable. Need to fix this now. I wanted to test that out in Outpost Russia, actually. I wanted to see what would happen if we just play Sword and Shield and we don't have a secondary weapon. But no, I haven't seen that video. It does sound pretty busted, though. So if you just wear, like, a chest and a shield, like chest piece, shield, and sword, then you're a god. Is that how it works? So that sounds pretty busted. This is on the new C++ combat engine. I know what's causing the issue. Yeah, we are now combat and stuff like that should be handled through the Slayer script, as they call it, Duelist. Which has got to be said, I feel like I can't believe it, but it feels like the game is even worse now that they've converted to the new coding, which just I'm baffled, man. I feel like it was supposed to be better. What is this problem
von
solver?
AIDA so besonders macht.
Yeah, if you want to post the video as well, go for it.
Wir haben so viele verschiedene Jobbereiche an Bord, dass einfach diese Erfahrung mitmachen, die einmalig ist. Und dann kommst du zu.
Full ADP chat, I'm risking it. What is this?
The first reveal is something you're not expecting, which makes it that much more exciting.
Okay.
Here we go.
Oh, flip, dude. Here we go.
It is said you can't escape the Eternal Isle. Yet for some reason, millions of souls have done so.
That's pretty well done.
have middle siege weaponry buff. An island so repair offensive maneuvers. Treating the arm at 200 degrees. Seems lost. Send in the console players.
Hey, it's Jay.
Hi, I'm Ken Love, and New World is coming to the Nintendo 64. When we first launched the game, our players fell in love with the combat. It was clean, smooth, and direct.
Yeah.
You could shoot an arrow, and somehow magically, that arrow would fly towards your crosshair.
That's pretty crazy. Yeah.
Then in Season 5, we introduced the Slayer script. All of a sudden, you were controlling this soggy piece of toast, wading through ankle-deep shit while desyncing through space and time. And players loved it even more.
Yeah, dude, it's really good.
And now we are happy to announce that we're taking this a step further.
Oh.
Introducing Slayer Script 2.0.
Oh my god. This looks really good.
But wait, there's even more.
Okay.
Are you waiting?
How can it get better?
A new weapon, a new zone, swimming, hippies, Nicolas Cage, and
Nice.
last but not least, fishing in OPR. It's like a whole new mode.
Dude, imagine if you could fish now, Push Rush. Pretty good, man. He's our resident. He makes some good meme videos, no sense. I like it. It's important to have a channel like this for a game. If he goes away, then it'll be sad. Yeah, I'll post it. Give it a like, chat. You definitely should drop a like and stuff.
What?
Yeah, there's a link to the video. Fishing with Nicolas Cage. Zula says they're storing all the weapon stats as functions to modify attributes. However, rolling now has lower priority, so they're pulling the stats from aiming, then from rolling, then rolling. As aiming has a different state, rather than roll getting the attributes before anything happens. But it's also with casting and blocking as well. You think that same sort of code is like whatever is being interpolated there? Hold on, let me take a look at this other video as well. Where did it go? Yippee? Sorry, I got
Okay.
Video posted. Where is it? There it is. Thank you. Thank you. Yep. Okay, here we go. This is gonna be less funny, I think, and more just sad. Uber naked tank, proof of concept, buddy link, new world bug. Okay, so this is. Hold on, we might need to bump the quality up here. So he's got a green weapon and only 2 abilities, and he doesn't have a secondary weapon. So he's only got a pair of pants, a shield, and a sword. And the sword is green, and his shield is purple. Okay, so he's wearing 3 pieces of gear. Let's see. He's not taking a lot of damage. Is he going to do another thing where he wears more gear, and then we can see how much more damage he will take? How's he healing so much? What's healing him right now? Wait, how is he healing? Just defense, isn't it? Drink a potion. Okay, that was regen, sir. So he's 145 gear score. Damn, dude. 145 gear score. How many points in Constitution does he have? 337 con, 13 strength. Interesting. So I guess like the kind of good news is you're not going to be able to do a lot of damage if you want to take advantage of that bug, right? Because I don't think your damage scales up. It's just your survivability, I believe. But that's obviously still pretty broken. Yeah. It's only really dead when he starts making videos of it being dead. Yeah, exactly, dude. I, for one, can't wait for Nicolas Cage and fishing in Outpost Rush. That sounds pretty exciting to me. Alright, where are the rabbits? Come on, dude. Why have good and expensive gear? Yeah, dude, don't put any gear on at all. That's the solution. Why wear gear when you can not? and you'll be stronger. That's the way to make it work. All right, here we go. Come on, give me the flail. Nothing at all. They need to fix this. Can't believe they knew about this and did not fix it. Apparently, it's been around for a while. The good news is, I think it's only like majorly impactful in open world PvP, which doesn't really exist much, and wars, which is kind of a big deal. For PvE, it doesn't work because it's a PvP scaling thing. And I believe it only increases your survivability, not your damage, but yeah. Hello, what are the new shards about? It's a way to deal with if the game gets too many players. So it's nothing we really need to be concerned about right now, Chemo. But the idea behind shards is if you have 200 people in the same area, instead they'll copy paste that area and you'll have 100 in one, 100 in the other. So it basically just like duplicates the map for the players as a way to make sure that you don't get too laggy if you have like 200 people in the same area.
YouTube Music Premium.
Why aren't you running over them? Because I need to skin them. I want to skin them to keep track of how much game meat I get, so. And you might get some sumptuous rabbit. So if you just run over them, I'm then going to have to dismount, skin them, and then remount, so. Yeah, it doesn't really make a difference one way or the other. Still have to achieve the same goal. I mean, I could just run over them to be fancy, but. Makes sense with the console release. Can't wait to say wars on console. I don't know, dude. I mean, console tech is pretty good these days, right? The specs for a console is not too bad, I think. Man, I get no chat. I can't find any. Oh, wait. It's just as I spoke too soon. Is that one down there as well?
Non, laisse-moi là. C'est là. Wow, motherfucker.
What? Anything? Nothing. Bad Habit Club says, you know what I find weird? The bugs are known in the open, everyone's spamming it in Discord. Meanwhile, AGS does not decide to cancel, reschedule. Yes! Finally, dude! We got it! We got the flail, chat! Woo! Oh, yeah! Now I can go kill Stanley, get the emote, and then I can be done. The only thing left I have to get is... Do I have anything left? I got the chest. I got the storage chest. I got the flail. I think I only need to get the mask, but I already have the mask, so there we go. I'm done with the event, other than just needing to kill the rabbits and damage Gibson. I did it, chat. I finished the event. 2 weeks AGS does not decide to cancel reschedule wars and stuff. How branded is that? You basically allow people to change interviews. I think Amazon, I don't know. They either don't care or they just don't have. I don't know. They do care, but they just don't have the resources to do about it at this point. I'm not sure, man. I'm not sure what it is. They probably. I feel like Amazon. The bar has been set pretty high for what is, you know, like bugs that are really bad for the game. We've had duplication and vulnerability. Being able to just type code into chat and disconnect people from the game. You know, we've had some really egregious bugs. Amazon probably considers these bugs very minor, even though they are having a huge impact on gameplay. It's not enough for Amazon to worry about it. Well, you know, it's PC player base, they'll just deal with it. I saw a clip yesterday of people starting a war, and as soon as they left the attacking gate, the defenders were right outside. So there's some sort of bug going on where you can be right outside the attacking gate as the war begins. What was I going to do? That's it, we need to go to Stanley. Go get my emote. Talk about my Cottontail mine stream. Renelda says, as point tank for War Company, it feels lame. I feel like I have a low gear scar build fall back on. Yeah, it is pretty cheesy, I do agree. War seems to be pretty exploity these days from what I've seen. So the drops are a chest skin, storage chest, mask, flail, and emotes. Yeah, although the emote you can't really get normally. The way that you get the emote is you have to put the flail on, and then you have to go kill Stanley with the flail equipped. You don't have to kill him with the flail, apparently. You can kill him with the secondary weapon. But yeah, in order to get the emote, you have to go kill Stanley with the flail equipped to your character, which you have to get as a drop first. Reco says, hey, back in how is New World to play? Have not tried it. It's a good game, man. It's got some issues, for sure. And we're waiting for the game to fix a bunch of things. But overall, I think New World, for the amount of money that you pay for it, you get a lot of hours out of the game, you know? As a new player, you'll probably really enjoy New World. But if you were gonna like hop into the game, I'd say maybe wait until later on this year. Amazon's doing what they call a fresh start, which is the time for new players to come into the game. So there's gonna be like a new player event later on this year, and that'll be a really good time to start playing Reco. But maybe wait until that. Also, they're likely dropping the game onto Xbox and PlayStation this year. We're gonna have cross-play with them, so that'll be a good time to jump in as well. There's a lot of people waiting for Stanley here, huh? How does this work? Can you be in a raid group and still get the drop?
Woohoo! Woohoo! Let's get back to the summer, baby! Let's go back to the Let's go back to the Bobby!
There's no way, dude. He just gets one shot. Stanley spawns on here, like where I am right now. Or is he down there now? Maybe. Can I have like a fire staff just so I can end the range attack or something like that? Maybe. The entire raid group gets
merci!
Any room?
Merci, mesdames! Merci!
Is this raid group full? I guess it is, right?
Dis-moi ça. Viens-moi, babou!
Man, okay. Wait, I still instantly get. I don't know, dude. I'm just gonna have to wait for the next spawn after this one, then, right? That's not him. Ask them to form a
YouTube Premium is ad-free YouTube.
Never gonna happen.
And
the thing is, if multiple people can attack him, that would be great, but he just gets one shot, right?
One subscription, 2 apps. Try 1 month free of charge.
Behind the tent bag and SWAT. That's where Stanley is over there. Are you sure? Stanley spawned by the tent. Is it like right here? I can't remember. I should know because we did the race just like 3 weeks ago with Stanley, but I guess I'm just gonna try and fireball as soon as I can. Between the rocks. Between the rocks, but behind. Oh, like so. Here? Is this what you're saying, chat? This area? Why is there nobody waiting over here then? I think it's different locations, chat. No? Is that him? No, I don't know. Doesn't the ghost only spawn after Stanley dies? So is Stanley dying then? I'm so confused. Where is the island? It's just here. Private island. Rest of the show. You have to kill Stanley with the flail. Apparently you just have to kill him with the flail equipped. It doesn't have to specifically be with the flail. You just have the flail equipped to your character. Allegedly. I don't know though. I've never done it before, so. He must. Okay, well that's just the ghost over and over again. So it's something just died here, so maybe this is it then, chat? Yeah, this is a bad area to farm rabbits. I don't think there's enough rabbits around here. I know it's called Rabbit Island, but it's surprisingly not that good. Go to invite. Oh. The fact that there's so many people. Did that count? Hey, there we go. It counted. Why is everybody up there then? I'm confused. See bye.
Mach mit beim Check24 EM-Tippspiel.
Hol dir jetzt noch das Check24 Deutschland-Trikot gratis.
Nur noch
9 Tage.
Auf Check24.
Was für eine Spinne sehen wir denn hier?
Spinne kann nur 2 sein. Essen und töten.
Well, yeah, I don't know. We got my vote, so we did it, chat. We won the game. Alright, I'm gonna go transmog my flail now, and then we're gonna do an output stretch for the flails. Beat everybody up. Play some go here, and then I grab this box. Pet rabbit emote reward. There it is. Corrupted Stanley is upset, and when Corrupted Stanley is upset, people die. And then if we go down here, pet rabbit. And then you can just pet a rabbit. This is the emote, yeah. Petting a rabbit. Pretty good with my weird sort of skeletal
YouTube Premium ist ohne Pausen, auch in der YouTube Kids App. Ein
So
Monat
running over
kostenlos
rabbits does work
testen.
towards getting the rabbit drops? I think it does, Tina, yeah. Although the downside of running over them is, I think then I would suggest that you dismount to skin them, so yeah. Gamer M7 says, what do you think of the idea of servers that wipe every 4 to 6 months? That has far easier craft leveling could be interesting. Face this idea, my favorite part of the game. I think, I do agree. Right now it wouldn't make sense because we don't have enough players. But at some point in the future of New World, if we did have more players, I could see the idea of every time there's a new season, there's also a seasonal server. Only one per region. But on the seasonal server, you always start again from level 1, everything gets wiped, and you just start over. But there's like, it's like a mutated server or something like that. XP is twice as fast, enemies are twice as deadly, you know, you drop loot on death, different things like that. A seasonal server I think could be pretty cool for the game, in my opinion. Right, I want to go transmog the flail. Is there a transmog person around here? YOLO Mama says, so Friday is the big announcement for New World on console. Anything else coming out that day? We don't know. I mean, to be clear, we don't even know if the console announcement is happening. I'm very, very confident it is, but it's not 100% known, right? One-handed ranged weapons. Transmog window so terrible, chat. Why have they not made this better? Why is it such a tiny window? Is that it? Elder Dynasty Flail? Where's the rabbit flail? There it is. Corruption Peak. Transmog. Unlock. Apply. There we go, chat. We did it. Reco says, for how long have we played it? The beginning of 2019. We played Alpha 1, didn't get a chance to play Alpha 2, played Alpha 3, we played closed beta, open beta, and we played every single patch while it's been live for Reco. So yeah, a total of about 7,000 hours in New World across all different versions. On the live version of the game, we have 6,000 hours. Only. So yeah, we've spent a lot of time playing New World. Lots and lots of time playing New World. Okay, and then what I want to do is go weapon mastery, change this over, so we'll grab Sacred Ground, Mind Embrace, and Beacon, movement speed on Beacon. Probably gonna get destroyed by muskets. Just logged in, killed one rabbit, and got all the drops. It's surprising how many people are getting that. It's definitely gonna be bugged. Bugged in a good way for once, but yeah. I'm pretty confident I'm not gonna need to eat my socks. I don't think it's gonna happen. Wait, I don't want to get that one. Gina, by the way, it's good to see you. That one. Flail, trip, eruption. And then what I want to do, chat, is go to my food. 500 hours. How can you have that many hours without getting bored? I mean, I think some of the part of the answer is that I'm lucky enough that I get to play that game as a job. However, I would say that as somebody who's played the game for more than 1,000 hours, I'm not the only one. There's many people in chat who have more than 1,000 hours in New World. Some people just legitimately enjoy the game, just the way the game feels. I will agree that, you know, there is not really thousands of hours of content in New World, but if you just find the game, the core game, enjoyable enough, then play for a long time. Do I not like mayonnaise? I'm not the biggest fan of mayonnaise. I wouldn't, you know, I wouldn't say I dislike it. Tomato ketchup is probably my most reached for condiment. Or sweet chili. Sweet chili is good. But you can't really have that with everything, you know. Chicken and stuff. Very good. How do I keep losing?
Vas-y!
Sorry. There we go.
Vas-y!
There we go here.
T'as pris
Attributes,
fort.
respect, magnify,
Ah,
focus.
fucking shit!
We'll go
Reste là, sale pute, là!
100 strength.
Fucking point, man!
And the rest into con. Peronaise? Yeah, Peronaise is also good. Haven't had any Peronaise in a while, though. It's gotta be said. It's been a while. Uppers rush, play. Alright, anything else I want to do in the meantime? My inventory is pretty full. Could do with dropping some stuff. There's really no other game out there that compares to New World, even with all its flaws. Yeah, exactly. It is, it's pretty unique. The day that something else is out there is the day that Amazon's going to be sweating. But as it stands right now, there's not really any competition for New World in terms of how the game is to play. Oh, that's what's weighing me down. It's all these sausages. Got all these sausages on me, chat. Put them in here. There we go. Captain Rise says, I like New World and come back to play it every now and then. But because of the combat and things, it does get super stale very fast. Look forward to the day that we have more variety in in-game content.
Putain, arrêtez de me body block on the schlag online!
I'll disagree, but you know. We're all entitled to our own opinions. I think Black does it. One, I feel like the pay to win is too extreme, and two, just getting into the game is really difficult. There's too many menus, it's too complex, there's too many layers to it. There really is something nice. It's a negative, maybe in some senses, but also quite a positive in how simplistic New World is. I feel like there's definitely the case that less is more. I still find it difficult every time to play video that, you know, I have to be moving in a certain direction to get different abilities to happen and stuff like that. Who has Weaver's spent for? Right now, Weaver's is owned by the Syndicate. If you wanted to do Prismatic, just gotta wait another hour. Yo, Mask, what's going on? Got sausages weighing you down, come down to barbecue, let's do a block party. I mean, I've got 1,600 sausages, so we're gonna need a pretty big grill. We're gonna have a barbecue for the whole town. Announcement from you or the devs. From the devs. Amazon Game Studios is announcing at Summer Games Fest 2024. On 7th of June. Summer Games Fest doesn't start until like 10 p.m. my time though. East Coast America, it's like 5 p.m. Good damage. I started Final Fantasy 14, it's fun. Yeah, there are some good MMOs out there, but like I say, Final Fantasy 14 feels pretty distinctly different from them. They are not really comparable. You know, it's a good game for sure, but a different game. There's a lot of New World refugees spread to different MMOs right now. I'm an old school RuneScape. Yeah, the only other game that's been taking my interest lately, chat.
Vas-y, Chapson, shoot là là!
The mods
Putain, prisonnier qui voit bien
play with the camera like this anymore. Like if we ran, you know, this is like the camera all the time and people don't really like it. Now you can bring the camera down with a mod. Which definitely helps with people, you know, who don't like the top-down camera. Loku Pango, what's going on? What do you think about the new Hobbit game? Tales of the Shire? Is that what it's called? Tales of the Shire. It's just like a single player Animal Crossing thing, so it'll be fun for like What do you think about New World? It's about to die? On PC, yes, but then it'll have a rebirth with console crossplay. So this 2024 is going to be an interesting new and 2024 for New World is a year of extremes. The game will hit the lowest player count and almost the highest player count since it came out. Well, we might get as low as 3,000 players, but then I think we could easily go to, I don't know, 100 times that number. Yeah, I do expect the console release for New World will actually be really popular. I was going to say it's already begun. Just the player here wasn't wearing any equipment at all, just a shield and a sword. It'd be interesting to see how many naked players we have in Outpost Rush today. Not really that many nakeds on our team right now, though. Crossplay and console? It's like in a roundabout way confirmed. It'll get confirmed on Friday. Oh, we'll see. Well, only a couple days to find out whether I'm right or wrong, Loku. Renado says, I'd love to see some V-Rising with the mod. I think it looks better. Yeah, I do want to play some more V-Rising. I know it's, the popularity of it has kind of waned. It's been out for nearly a month now, but free-to-play? I don't think free-to-play, no. I think console is much more likely than free-to-play. Deepa says, as far as I know, Orange County dev team is now working hardly on the new Lord of the Rings MMO. I disagree, chat. Dude, this bug. Just go through the gate. Oh, why am I playing Outpost Rush? It's so infuriating. Amazon has almost all of their resources working on console for New World, to my understanding. Yeah, I think a lot of people are dooming on New World, but they don't really understand what is happening right now. To be clear, they don't care much about PC. They just care about console. But console will have likely crossplay with PC. But none of this, there is no proof of any of this, and we won't get it until Friday, chat. Dude, weapon swap, weapon swap, weapon swap, weapon swap, weapon swap. Swap that weapon.
Ah, mais pourquoi t'en as combien?
Somebody just did vulnerable in the middle of this guy's taking no damage. Is he naked? Dead here. One embrace, nice. Okay, I think we're okay. He's probably naked. Like, that's the solution. How is that guy taking so much damage? Well, he's not wearing any armor. And you're like, what? How does that make any sense? Like, yeah, that's the secret in New World. If you want to stay alive, just don't wear any gear at all.
Yeah,
this doesn't make any sense. Yeah, welcome to New World.
Set up online.
M3 lads? Yeah, we could do some M3. Why not? I think Outpost Rush is a bit of a meme right now, so let us try my new flail skin out. My kids call me mad for playing an MMO nowadays because of the troll society, but I stay strong in hopes of a better future of respectful gamers. Yeah, I don't know about that one, dude. I think the game has ever been respectful. That's the thing. FRK says I'm downloading the patch right now. My last play was in November. Well, let me know how you feel about the game, FRK. It'd be interesting. Play it for a couple hours and let me know. think about New World now compared to November? I don't think too much has changed, sadly. Nobody's dying on the point. I can only imagine what wars are currently like right now. It must be a real snooze fest. Hey, Glyphison, I'm doing okay, bud. How are you? Come on, kills. We get a kill, maybe? Beacon? Try and go for that musket flare up at the top. Playing with the people, playing with the right people won't make you think about toxicity. Yeah, I mean, just honestly playing with a good group of friends is really, it's the same for any game, not just New World, literally any game out there. Playing with a good group of friends really makes a difference for gaming, but not something that everybody, you know, can do. Just vibing since Glyphison. What are you playing these days, bud? What's any particular games you're investing time into? Try and go for this light step over here. Trip. Eruption. Damage. Just gonna roll up the stairs. I lied. Hit him! Hit him! Hit the guy! Hit him! No weapon. Come here. I need to hit you with my weapon. Very fast. Trip. Nope. This guy's lagged out.
Suis-moi, ça pue, suis-moi! Follow la bitch! Putain!
Aha! I beat him up. Take that.
Non, pas lui. Voilà.
I'm coming for you, crazy PvP.
Attends, il en reste plus qu'un, putain! J'ai pas pu sauver,
Is it Friday yet? No, just tomorrow though, chat. We're gonna go through today and tomorrow, and then it'll be Friday. Good news. Good news. Cliff says I've been mainly playing Call of Duty, still keeping in touch on SOS. Right, I haven't let it go yet. Has anything even been happening with SOS for the past 6 years?
Come on!
Funny enough, we were talking about it just a couple days ago. I showed the clip in chat of Snoop Dogg playing SOS. I've never played New World. Is it any fun? It depends if you like MMOs and stuff. It's got a bit like Dark Souls, Elden Ring sort of combat, but you play with and against other players. MMOs are like, if you've never played one before, it's always a bit of a weird thing to try and describe. You know, then you don't really finish the game, you just kind of keep going forever. But you do try and get I do like New World, but it does have a lot of issues at the same time. Amazon Game Studios, the team that makes the game, this is like that first proper game that they've, you know, managed to get out the door and keep alive, or, you know, maintain for more than a year. But I feel like there's a lot of issues in New World, the way that they make the game.
On va rester sur le secret, c'est la online!
I mean, I think New World is your first MMO might be one to get into. It's probably easier to get into than most of the MMOs. 3 players, not like 4 players. So right now I'm doing player versus player. It's one of the... It's like a repeatable game mode. You can play it as many times as you want. You get some small rewards every time you finish.
Mets-toi à poil, baby!
Active in this particular game mode.
Mets-toi à poil!
In allen teilnehmenden Restaurants lange der Vorrat leicht.
Nice. And look at this. And then we can summon this next to one of the objectives to take down the enemy team. We tried playing without armor as a healer. I haven't. I don't know whether I want to do it or not. It feels really cheesy, Pyro. It feels like a cheesy thing to do, Pyro. I'm not sure. I was debating it. Hopes for the new Lord of the Rings game by Amazon. Obviously, I wanted to do well. I mean,
Say hello to...
I am very excited for the prospect of a game that is basically New World, but it's Lord of the Rings at the same time. Sounds amazing to me. It literally sounds like my dream game.
Schnelle und kostenlose Lieferung,
So I
unwiderstehliche
will
Unterhaltung für
hope
nur
that it is
8,99
good.
pro Monat werde
But
jetzt
sadly, I wouldn't be surprised if it did have issues just based on New World's track record. But I do intend to play the Lord of the Rings MMO, and I do hope that it is good and enjoyable, but yeah. I will be streaming, yeah, Dr. Sorry, I will be streaming the New World announcement as well. We'll be watching Summer Games Fest together. It's gonna be a late stream though. Much later than I would normally stream. Might... Heal that guy if we can. Got him. And then heal this individual. Boom. And then heal this individual. Out of range. Take that. Just trip him and then run away. Alright, let's go to Baroness, I think, chat. Make sure we get the next objective. So yeah, Outpost Rush is a bit chaotic to watch. If it's your first time seeing New World, it's a bit weird. Yeah, it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense, but it's basically just like a, you know, an average match takes somewhere in the region of 15 to 30 minutes, and it's basically, at the bottom line, it's just try and get to 1,000 points. And the way that you get to that 1,000 points, you can either, every time you kill somebody, that gets you a point, but every like 5 seconds you spend holding an objective also gets you a point as well. There's a mini boss that spawns every 10 minutes. Here she is. Whoever gets the killing blow on this mini boss locks the enemy's score for like 2 minutes, so this is a pretty big deal. So we need to make sure we get the killing blow, which means this one player here, we can't really let them in, because if they get the killing blow, we're in a lot of trouble. So we shouldn't really be ignoring them. Our team should be trying to kill this guy right now. Coming in from outside here, some heals down, try and stop them from coming in. I didn't really expect good work from Lord of the Rings MMO. This is Charlie. They can't fix New World. Yeah, that's true. It's one of the reasons why I don't think they could shut down New World. I mean, how could they shut down New World and then expect people to be like, oh, well, the Lord of the Rings MMO is going to go better, even though their first MMO got shut down. All right, here we go. Oh, we got it. We got it. We got the kill, chat. Good news. So enemy is not going to get any score for... Is it 2 minutes? Am I right? Yeah, it is 2 minutes, right? Yeah, 2 minutes without them getting any score now. Which is, you know, increases our chances of winning pretty significantly. Alright, I'm just going to go... We want to still try and go capture some points, though. Imagine if we can recreate the Ride of Rohirrim in front of there. Yeah, I know, dude. There's like... Man, if it's good, if the Lord of the Rings MMO is good, it will be really good. Like... Imagine New World, but it's not broken, and it has more features. So imagine what New World might look like 4 years from now. Like, hopefully, if Amazon didn't give up on New World and they kept investing resources and they kept improving, you know, quality of life, they added, imagine a new Outpost Rush map. Like, New World 4 years from now could be really, really good, considering how much it's improved in the past 3 years. Give it another 4 years. And then you take that, and that is where the Lord of the Rings MMO starts. The Lord of the Rings MMO will be as good as New World after all of the updates have happened to it. And that's going to be the beginning of the Lord of the Rings MMO. And from that perspective, heck yeah, that's exciting. That sounds good to me. Now, is there a degree of copium or hopium? Is it Amazon Game Studios we're talking about? Yeah, of course. Maybe being a little bit too optimistic on that. If you put it that way, though, it does sound pretty good, right? It does sound exciting.
Hey, let's
No hot fix for the stamina bug? No, it's 24 hours. Hasn't happened yet. Hopefully before the weekend, but I don't know, man. Amazon's not really been that fast at patching stuff lately. I mean, Phoenix got disabled for basically a month, right? The Artifact Amulet, maybe even longer. Do you think the Lord of the Rings will let you play as races? I don't know. I really don't know. I hope so. I hope you don't just have to play as men. I hope you can play as elves, or dwarves, hobbits. Whether you'll be able to play as the forces of evil, like an orc or anything, I really have no idea. I'm hoping that we might see a little bit about the Lord of the Rings MMO at Summer Games Fest, but I think it's unlikely. Still too early. Should we just go for the point? I don't know. Maybe I should just try and go for the back cap or something here. Wait, I don't have the breed token anymore. Wouldn't play the Lord of the Rings without races? I feel like it's gotta have it, right? I mean, it's, you know, if you're gonna do a game like, if you're gonna do a Lord of the Rings MMO, Lord of the Rings Online has races. Why shouldn't the new Lord of the Rings MMO have it? Alright, did I not see a teammate go over in this direction? That's a tier 3 gate. Well, we're gonna try. It's probably just gonna get spam repaired, but we're gonna try.
Yeah, c'est le farmer, Rito. Farmer.
Yo, Teldo, what's going on? Mr. Teldorito.
Okay.
Is he coming down for us? Yeah, just put some. I should be able to heal through this. Yeah. I don't think it's even worth trying to attack him. I'll just put heals down and keep hitting the door. At least he's not repairing it. That would have been much more effective for Flippetishk up there. I wish New World had races. Somebody was just talking about it yesterday. He said, do you think they'll add races to New World? I want to play as
Assis-toi! Nice, papu.
I personally don't see it happening, but it would be kind of cool. Mordrick says, are we talking about the same devs? Wait, are we talking about same devs, same people that are building their work in New World working on that game? Yes, it is. So Orange County is the name of the dev studio. Amazon's California branch are the devs that are responsible for New World. They are also going to be responsible, and in some aspect are currently working on the Lord of the Rings MMO. So a similar dev team, perhaps some new faces as well, but there will be some New World devs are also working on the Lord of the Rings MMO. And they're also using the same game engine as New World, a modified version of it, Azoth Engine 2, but it is still the Azoth engine. Which yeah, has some people concerned about how that game's going to come out. Dragon's better prepare for Monday after failed Friday. Your stream will be filled with hate. You think so? You don't have any hope for the announcement at all? What are you expecting from the announcement? Chodes? Yeah, I think the worst thing that's going to come from the announcement is the fact that they're going to announce something, but it won't be arriving until like October or something, which is pretty far away. DLC Friday on the way dead. Do you think they're going to announce what they have to pay for the content on Friday? Did you see the micro video about how item level gives 20% damage reduction? Yeah, I think that only works in open world PvP, right? Although allegedly you can just take off an item in Outpost Rush and that also works. I mean, I'm not surprised at this point. It's New World, dude. It's New World. Surely they haven't gone for the same game engine? Yeah, it's confirmed. I mean, they could have changed that tune. See if we can find the post. The Amazon game studio behind New World levels up its MMO Let's try that again. The Amazon game studios behind New World levels up its MMO ambitions. Why can't I say that word? Levels up its MMO ambitions with the Lord of the Rings project. In a close collaboration with Embracer Group and Middle-earth Enterprises, the Amazon Games Orange County studio will develop a new, massively multiplayer online game based on the iconic Lord of the Rings property. It's going to be set in the Third Age. So one of its internal studios will lead development for a game based on the mix of
Sim! Legal, bah. Vas-y! Putain, mais ça lag, sa mère la pue! Viens ici, la gnome de merde, là! Viens ici! Putain! Vas-y, saute, ça va pas mal! Laisse-moi! Mais laisse-moi, ça... Ah, ça va pas bien, il reste dans le coin. Couché! Voilà. Il faut quoi comme bouffe là? Vous pouvez pas taper une porte dans des trisos là? Tuez-moi ça, putain! Mais tuez-moi ça! Et l'autre là?
I'm gonna go over to the brute.
Hey, putain! Voilà. Allez. Oh, putain. Bien, Kenneth, ça fait pas mal. Bien, ça fait la gomme, je vais sauter les écoles. Vas-y. Wow, doucement, j'ai pas permis. Je n'ai pas permis, pas du tout. Yes, baby! Sodomie's online! Ça va. Hey, j'ai pas de plaisir, ça va. Oh, dégage, putain! Il est où le soin? Dégage, putain! Tape-le! Tape-le, putain! Ce cochon! Tape ce cochon! Tape ce mec! Arrêtez avec ces pièges là, j'en ai marre. Où le gros conchon là? Putain, mais tue cette merde, mais tout. Viens, putain, viens, putain. Putain.
What do you reckon is the last time you watched or played the game, Sloppy?
Putain, mais vous êtes des schlags online. Hein. Dis-moi, ça pute là. Mets-moi une sacrette quelque part. Mets-moi une sacrette quelque part, putain, salope online, putain. Vous êtes des trisos, putain, on se fait. Tiens-moi dessus, salope.
Good lord, it's a lot of damage, dude. God damn, dude. Oh. Sir, can you show us your skills? Sure, can you show us?
Je suis plus en combat depuis 1 heure là, putain. Regarde-moi ces sodomites, mais regarde-moi ces sodomites là, putain, tout ça là. Ah, bien ça. Putain, mais... Allez, mange ta potion. Ah, si, ça va pour moi. Ah. Bien. Bien, vous êtes bien, le chat. Ah, suis-moi, ce putain. Bien. Bien. Hey, t'as un putain de sniper avec toi! Putain! Ta gueule, sniper de merde là! Eh, Aran, je te sodomie. Viens ici, Aran. Viens ici. Oh. Laisse-moi respect, ça fait. viens, papy. Je tape la porte, tape la barre, viens. Et voilà, viens. Viens. Viens, ça la bonne line. Viens, ça la bonne line. Allez, putain. Putain de brut, quoi, sérieusement. Oh, putain, bien essayer. Bien essayer, bien joué. Ah, là, il est merde. Ah, tuez-le, putain! Putain! Bien essayé, toi.
And then after you do this, there's also the pay-to-win buff that you can get with real money that increases your territory standing as well. Augments are what Amazon call them. You can access the augment menu by pressing F11. You should have a few if you've been doing your season pass. They give you a few for free from the season pass. But you do want to pop one of those as well.
Some say I'm meant to cry. You won't know better, let you crave.
Yo les léger.
Pas jouer tranquille, il y a trop de...
Il y a trop de bagouins.
Mec, les mousquets construisent des forteresses, ils restent dans
ça
leur
je suis un
forme.
mousquet. Je passe mon mousquet 700 là, ça
Ils ont pas compris. Moi j'ai la lance, papy, j'ai la lance. J'ai la crabe, j'ai le harpon. J'ai le harpon, papy. Seul le harpon fera la délivrance des putains de mousquets. Seul le harpon, papy. celui-là.
Mais il y a tout le monde qui exploite le bug pour le coup.
Ça marche pour toi, t'es là. Est-ce que t'es un temps parce que t'es un
Oui. En World PVP, ça marche pour les DPS aussi.
C'est bien celui-là.
En fait, la technique, j'ai regardé sur l'expérience qui utilise le arme. Et l'OPA, je peux pas le
C'est quoi, j'aime bien. Alors, pire.
Eh mais du coup t'as pas de sauvegarde sur...
Ah, j'ai perdu mes contrats, gros.
Non, tu prends ton jeu. C'est bizarre, tu perds de sauvegarde en général quand tu prends ton jeu, ça garde...
j'ai pas compris. Écoutez là.
Parce que moi sur PC, quand tu prends le jeu, ça supprime pas tes sauvegardes, genre tu vas voir.
Ouais, bah sur console, ça se regarde pas en fait, je crois. Le cache, il s'efface automatiquement.
Vas-y. Eh, mais c'est quoi? Je suis tout le temps. Vas-y. Vas-y, toi.
T'as pas le.
Non, t'as pas
bon,
cette putain de
après,
line,
ça se
c'est la
conduit.
mienne, c'est ma putain de line. Bouge pas, viens ici. T'es à moi, putain. Viens ici. Voilà.
Ce que j'ai regardé là, pour le DLC, c'est un nouveau monde qu'ils vont faire. Et pour y aller, il faut tuer deux boss. C'est un des premiers là, c'est le gros.
Dernier.
Et le DLC, il sort quand?
Juin,
Als Marie
juillet.
erklärte, dass
là.
Fiverr Freelancer die Lösung für die
Et le
vielen Aufgaben im
deuxième,
Unternehmen
Mog
sind,
est plus long à tuer.
waren ihre
C'est
Kollegen
le boss.
irgendwie skeptisch.
Ich bin da irgendwie
Boss,
skeptisch.
Marie hat's trotzdem gemacht und
der-
Freelancer beauftragt.
Tu sais, t'as les mots en
Details
dessous là.
besprochen, Feedback gegeben
Putain, ton setup, il est
und
tellement
Aufträge
long,
erfolgreich
Marie,
abgeschlossen.
Tu sais le monde en
Das
dessous là.
Projekt war ein voller Erfolg und die Kollegen waren
Gar nicht mehr skeptisch.
À la fin, t'as
Sei
un
wie
boss.
Marie, bring dein Business voran mit
Il joue
Fiverr
le même fait que moi un
Freelancer.
peu, genre il joue SP.
Tu l'as tué?
SP trop dommage qu'il one shot.
Allô?
Mais il est pas compliqué à tuer.
Mais c'est quoi ce dézoom là? Dézoom-moi là, ça. Là, à droite, à droite.
Ouais, je
il est là,
quitte.
il est là.
Oh, 77 000, j'ai vendu un truc là.
Dégage-toi, putain!
Dégage-toi!
C'est quoi ces lourds de merde avec ces SNS qui bloquent le passage là? Putain. Qu'est-ce que tu veux, ça va pas mal. Ah, mec, ça va rien.
Mais c'est bugué les trucs de vente, non? Ah, ça y est, je l'ai vendu enfin, mes totems de feu. J'ai enfin vendu les totems de feu gros à 5000.
Trop de chance sur moi!
Ouais, c'est parce qu'ils mettent à 9000 dans le machin, mais les gens ils achètent pas ça à 9000.
Faut aller étoile, je reste l'une. Tiens, mec, comment... Saute. Quoi comme skill,
ça vaut...
Lac plus, putain, lac plus alors. Allez, je mets toute ma vie, vas-y, tape. Tu peux m'avoir, Yes,
Pardon.
yes,
Potion de santé.
Face tank avec leur life là, c'est des mazos en fait. C'est la bonne main. Ah, putain, je fais quoi là? Je suis la bonne main. Vas-y! Yeah, tape-moi, vas-y, tape-moi!
Super en vrai.
Appuie à l'intérieur, putain.
Elle fait une matrice d'armes.
Saute ça là,
Ça me fait une matrice d'armure.
Ah, il y a pas de bien, viens leur dire. Ça va dans le mine. Venez. C'est combien de mecs là? Allez, on va.
Vous êtes à l'opéra ensemble?
Ouais,
tu t'es perdu.
Ah, c'est dommage. T'as pas les dégâts, t'as pas les dégâts. Vas-y.
Pourquoi il lag comme ça le jeu là?
Lichtträger,
komm zu uns.
Amazon bietet bis zu 8.000 € für Aus- und Weiterbildung. So
Regarde, pourquoi t'es parti comme ça? Tiens, je vais faire simple là. C'est quoi cette schlagon? Ah, tape ça, tape ça. Ah, mais c'est vrai que c'est un schlagon. Derrière, derrière. Ouais, faut qu'on aille étoile, faut qu'on aille étoile. T'inquiète, ça. Voilà, 3 secondes là. Ah, ça va pas mal. Ça t'es un healer, on s'en bat les couilles de ça. Ah non, non, c'est mal en fait. Non, franchement, est-ce que je peux taper à terre que c'est lui? Oui, les anglais.
Tu peux ou pas?
Ah, d'accord. Je suis entouré de merdasse online, Dali. Go, 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 go. Ah, tu m'as ramené toute la merde online. Vas-y. Mec, j'étais entouré de loups. J'étais entouré de mobs. J'étais entouré de mobs. J'étais bloqué par des mobs.
Attends,
il faut que je te mette en...
Gorikron et Lidjoven, putain.
C'est un numéro combien, Django? T'as un numéro 4 là? Oui,
Lidjoven, c'est ça.
à gauche, à gauche, à gauche, à gauche. Je suis la gamin. Bon là, il faut bien accepter. Ah oui, en plus, en plus. Ils vont aller, je pense. Tu vas crever, t'as aucune survie avec cette spé. Tu devrais faire une spé comme moi avec la polygonne. La zone.
Qu'est-ce qu'il me fait?
Vas-y avec ton void là.
Pourquoi il rame, fils de pute?
Il y a un mec là. Mets-toi derrière moi, hein. Mets-toi pas devant. C'est moi qui prends les choses, c'est pas toi. Aïe. T'as crevé, t'es hors vue, t'es hors vue.
Il se passe quoi là?
Ça rentre beaucoup. Vas-y, on sort. Je te suis. Pour que je schlag en main.
Il n'y a pas des coups de spire à mettre correct. Enfin, des lancers de spire. Ça sert à rien. Ah, j'ai un freeze. Je reviens. Je suis mort. J'ai freeze de ouf.
Le freeze là?
Ouais, j'ai un freeze de ouf.
Mais tu joues dans une cabine téléphonique ou quoi là?
Il se passe quoi, espèce de
Je vois
pute?
qu'il y a quelqu'un qui court, il y a tout le monde qui chase. Ils t'ont pas
Mais
encore
c'est quoi
tué.
ce bordel?
Ils t'ont pas encore tué. Oh, il est de nouveau. C'est quoi ça? Aïe, aïe, aïe.
Fait.
Regardez derrière. Le Shadow. Putain, regardez derrière ce qui se passe. Il est en train de mourir. On dirait que tout est slow. Un pauvre triso qui tag.
Matibag.
Nightlife.
Oh, Nightfall, ouais.
Oh, j'ai eu. Allez, là. Je vais faire grave. Non, sur route d'abord.
Il est slow.
Les stones, je te jure, ils ont fait quoi avec les stones là? Oh, j'ai plus de monde. Mec, ils sont tous à poil, j'ai vu une vidéo YouTube, Ah, on fait plus cap là. Laisse-moi. Laisse-moi. Je vais toucher. C'est trop long. En train de me chase la gueule là?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Hey, ça va pas mal, viens. Viens. Putain. Hey. Et... Aïe. Putain, lâcher une terre sainte, ça bloque.
Quel autre spé?
C'est tellement plus rapide, même.
Mais tu joues des duels avec.
C'est pas le grab, ça me manque plus. Je pense que je vais essayer de la jouer avec une main sur les mains.
Je te veux spire, ça non, je sais.
Ouais, je vais jouer avec la tension, mais en fait ça donne du speed tout le temps. J'arrive là sur Casino. Je sais pas combien vous êtes, mais... Hey, bois cette potion, je la donne là. Allez, mais tapez. Ça rend tout là, ça rend tout là. J'essaie de les retenir. Plein à l'intérieur, on peut les farmer, je sais pas où je vais, mais plein de jeux à l'intérieur. Le temps qu'on tue tout le monde, on a gagné. Le temps qu'on aille à l'école, c'est fini.
Duel Smith après, je vais tester pour la bonne puissance. Là, duel, je vais tester avec la zone contre toi.
Putain. Tu veux duel avec quel spé?
Ah putain,
mais vas-y, mais c'est quoi ton micro là? Tu l'as mis dans ton trou du cul.
est-ce que tu trouves pour un petit duel à Orion?
Ah, je vais te mettre la bite là, comme il faut.
Non, je vais tester avec la zone. Ah, ça marche.
Et quoi?
Je vais tester avec la zone, voir si ça marche.
Vas-y, on va tester. Et je teste pour 30 potions, après 30 potions, je...
This is a place where I feel at home.
an Sie Wertpapiere mit IG und erhalten einen Bonus von 300 €. Wie soll das gehen?
Hej, hora, hora, dvě horičky zelené. Hej, kdože bude dneska i večer milovat moje líčka červené. Hej, přijde Jano, mesedenko, hej, a on bude dneska i večer milovat moje líčka červené. Hej, hora, 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 dvě horičky zelené. Hej, kdože bude dneska i večer milovat moje líčka červené. Hej, přijde Jano, mesedenko, milené. Hej, a on bude dneska i večer milovat moje líčka červené.
Hop. Groupe, allez, salut.
Non mais tu sais même pas pourquoi. C'est parce que quand je switch d'armes, je perds 100 de machin, je peux pas duel pour l'instant.
Faut que je fasse un arbre Zangal pour le grand air. Je connais pas les talents. Esquisse du néant, c'est fort ou pas?
Moi je viens de le sodomiser ou pas?
Non. Mec, je swap d'armes, je perds toute ma stamina.
C'est fort ou pas?
Sodomiser, bah je swap d'armes, je perds toute ma stamina aussi gros. Gros, je viens de te sodomiser, c'est insane gros, comment je t'ai sodomisé avec ta vieille spé éclatée gros, donc tu t'es éclaté au sol.
T'inquiète pas, je parie 5K, quand la stamina revient, je te parie 5K duel.
C'est ça ouais.
5K 5K
Ah, mais
5K.
Je viens de t'éclater et je sais pas si je te redonnerai ta chance prochainement.
Profite de ta victoire quand la stamina est buggée.
Je te reduellerai plus jamais.
Profite de ta petite victoire de ton triso parce que
c'est pas le cas. Je viens de te sodomiser avec l'aspect de merde. Maintenant, essaie d'optimiser autre chose. Mais je sais pas si je te reduellerai. J'ai la flemme en fait de duel en bas de interdit normalement.
En plus, il ose se vanter.
Quand t'es que le bug c'est dans tous les sens.
Il est éclaté, tu m'as pas enlevé 5.
Le bug de stam est dans les deux sens. Du coup, il y a pas d'excuse. C'est toujours pareil. Mais si tu switches pendant que tu dodges, t'as un problème de skill, c'est tout. C'est ordinaire que tu fais. C'est juste à savoir. Tu sais, pourquoi tu switches pendant que tu skill.
Mec, j'ai un bâton de skill.
Non, t'as pas de skill, c'est tout.
Arrivé à Orion, t'as dit allez viens, je te laisse prendre une potion. Comme un grand garçon.
Non mais j'avais oublié. Non mais j'avais oublié que j'ai oublié que j'avais ce bug là. Mec, j'ai switché. J'ai perdu 5 stars. Vas-y. Vas-y, contente-toi de ta victoire quand le jeu débute. Quand le jeu sera plus bugué, quand l'instant revient, je te fais le 5 à duel.
Pourquoi je... Putain mais je gagne des 1000 XP en tapant des attaques lourdes, c'est une dinguerie.
Il y en a combien? Je me tape 2 mousquets, mais putain. Il est où cet achat de main? Ta gueule, mec, mais ta gueule.
C'est fort contre toi, je mets du satanique, et après tu viens se coucher. La chose quand t'es sur Arena ou après ouais t'es au bousquet donc tu vas vouloir repère, je sais pas.
Qu'est-ce que tu fous premier ici? Ça non, dégage. Bon, je vais tuer ton ami là, ton service de vide là, ici. Ici, ça va être mal.
Bisous quoi. Je suis ici. Zangel. Faut que tu me fasses un arbre vigile là pour le mousquet.
Je te passe un arbre léger mousquet?
Ouais. Je fais pas du talent, je sais pas juste ce qu'il faut faire.
Frérot, alors toi gros il te faudra le lien.
Ouais j'ai pris le lien, j'ai pris la même spec que Dinic, mais il prend quoi comme talent?
Écoute, il y a deux choix. Moi, c'est moi le provide.
Parce que c'est pas provide, du coup je suis sûr il fait la même.
Déjà, viens Gré du Nord, je te montre.
Putain, toi t'as un autre coquin là. Putain.
Attends, si tu perds contre premier en bébé gros.
Allez, dégage.
Les gars, c'est bizarre.
Tu devrais courir, je pense.
Putain.
Tout le monde sur toi. Il joue trop mal.
Ferme ta gueule. Mais...
Super peu trop lourd, s'il te plaît.
Je me tape que des tris online, putain. Ce jeu aussi. C'est bon, je suis plus en combat là.
T'es où Zangel? Tiens, là regarde. Je stream.
Non, mais ça, il est bon.
Regarde, rien ici.
Bouge pas de quoi là.
Ah, ça va pas online.
J'ai le lien, il faut prendre ça là, il faut prendre le cri, il faut prendre quoi comme talent.
Tu fais pas assez mal, Bonnie. si. Oui, ça. Ah, ça va pas mal. Bien.
Là, je pense. Là, Greg du Nord.
Attends, moi je suis pex là, je peux pas venir, mais regarde ton stream.
Mais c'est quoi ce bâton de... J'ai pas ma spire.
Je vais prendre quoi là? Putain, c'est bon ce que j'ai pris là?
Attends,
Parce que
attends,
j'ai pris-
premier.
Attends, Schmitt, je le mets là. Voilà, c'est mieux. C'est quoi les cas que je vais prendre spécial? Parce que là, je prends cri et un.
Bon comme ça, c'est bon comme ça. Mais juste gros, quand tu mets ton orbe et le cri, tu vas mettre une frappe lourde pour lever tes TD.
Voilà, putain.
Quand je mets quoi?
Je te montrerai, tranquille, et je te montrerai en duel. Tu verras, ça va être
Ok, tu montres en duel.
Ah, voilà, ça c'est l'aspire qu'il faut.
Mais là, j'ai pris les bons talents.
Ouais, t'as pris les bons talents.
J'ai fait random. Ça, c'est bon.
Ouais, c'est bon, mais attention, on s'en bat les couilles. Ton boy, il est pas là pour. Il est pas là pour mettre le mélo, il faut redonner.
Ouais, mais.
Dégage, putain!
C'est dingue. Ça là, il attaque moi, je gagne 1000 XP.
Allez, mais fais quelque chose, putain, mais c'est quoi ce jeu? Putain, je perds toute ma star, mais ce jeu est dans. Gage.
XP.
Mais si, toi. Ah, mais je me tape combien de gens, là? Allez, dégage. Putain! Ça, c'est trop, ça me prend. Faut que je mette sur le... Suis-moi, sale putain de linge, suis-là. Suis-moi, bien sûr, putain. Je l'aspire. Ah, désolé, je peux pas faire. Je peux te tuer, Voilà, Regardez cette merde, man. Allez, avance. Combien là-dedans, putain?
Den unvergleichlichen Geschmack von Raffaello. Jetzt als Tafel genießen.
Putain, à chaque fois je perds 100% de machin. Mais c'est quoi cette chiasse en main?
Diesen Sommer auch mit Ananasgeschmack. Jetzt entdecken.
Feri-Konzentrat. Unsere starke Fettlöseformel. Mit 3-mal weniger Schrubben als mit nicht konzentrierten Handelsmarken. Ganz ohne heißes Wasser. Feri-Konzentrat. Effektiv gegen 100% Fett.
Allez. Putain, c'est quoi ce cas? J'en ai plus. Reste devant moi, ça pue ton âme. Tu vas mourir. Putain de merde. Ah, ça pue ton âme. Bien. Sodomisme. Tapez ça, putain. Putain! Reste-toi, ça pue ton main. Vas-y. Viens, papy. Viens, papy. Viens, mets-moi la butte. Mets-moi la butte, bébé. Vas-y, papy. Vas-y. Oh, change d'arme, salope online. Et putain, laisse-moi jouer, ça va plus vite. Oh putain. Dégage. Ah, ça fait vraiment bien. Putain de jeu de merde. Laisse-moi me healer, mettre la speed, voilà. Putain! Putain. Faire vos spétos là. Dégage, putain. Européen ou pas? Européen ou pas? Ah, vous êtes toujours en train de retoucher le craft là? Vous venez pour la prochaine là? Que j'aurais pu tuer premier jour et nuit, j'avais la mauvaise spire mec, je lançais en arrière au lieu de le gravir sur moi quoi. Putain. T'as compris ce que j'ai dit quoi. Je sais pas, il se passe un truc, je sais. Mais je me demande s'il y a du là ou pas. Putain, chaque fois. Up online. Vas-y, viens. Vas-y, viens. putain, mais...
Hey, Ralf Schumacher. Du willst wissen, wie viel dein Auto wert ist? Ja. Auf Wir kaufen...
Viens, ça pue d'online, viens. Putain. C'est quoi qui joue comme ça? Je vais devoir mettre ma spé. Ferme ta gueule, mec. Toi, tu crois, mais ferme ta gueule, mec. Tu crois que tu gagnes quand il y a des codes de stamina. Si tu comprends même pas la différence.
From the stars, like a drop in the ocean, as the wind in your hair sets poetry in motion. Caught between the devil and the deep blue sea, you always have been, and you always will be.
d'armes en action bâton.
Always have been, and you always will be. Always have been, and you always will be. Caught between the devil and the deep blue sea.
Ah, putain.
You always have been, and you always will be.
Ah, voilà, ramène ta flagon là, ramène ta flagon. Mec, je fais un dodge, je perds toute ma stab, c'est pas joué. C'est pas joué.
Always have been, and you always will be. Always have been, and you always will be. Caught between the devil and the deep blue sea. You always have been, and you always will be. 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 Always have been.
Y'a pas un truc là, des machins.
You fall from the stars like a drop in the ocean. As the wind in your hair sets poetry in motion. Caught between the devil and the deep blue sea. You always have been, and you always will be.
Non, je peux pas jouer, mec, je peux pas jouer, hein. Mec, je me fais bien aveugler, je peux pas dodge, je swap weapon. Je peux jouer fais comme un gars de tribu là, où tu mets qu'une arme. Mec, j'ai l'habitude de faire des moves de pareil, heureusement il a qui fait ces moves là, mec. Je dois hitter, swap weapon, orb, swap dégâts. Je dodge une fois, je perds toute ma stab. C'est n'importe quoi. En plus, quand je fais un clic droit et je dodge, quoi, je vais taper la zone tout en haut. Mais même, je peux pas taper, Il y a pas aucun moyen. Ma femme, je la connais pas, je peux pas taper. au jeu, il est en plus. Aïe aïe aïe. Ils testent jamais leur jeu ou quoi? C'est quoi ça? Dégage toi. Tu veux quoi mec? Allez, tape-moi ça. Vas-y, je me soigne trop. Wow! On monte à la plage. jungle à vue. D'où? Non, je t'ai eu. Ah ouais, mais je peux pas. Mec, je fais que des swap weapons avec Prince P. J'ai appris le jeu en swap weapon. Mec, au début du jeu, t'étais obligé de faire ça pour dodger. Et pour swapper d'armes. Non, t'étais obligé. C'était le seul moyen d'être efficace de swap et de dodge.
I just wanna be next to you, sexy, smooth and sweet. Nobody else but me and you is all I need. I wanna touch your body, wanna feel your soul. Let me kiss and feel you. This is all I know. Yeah, this is all I know. That is why, 'cause you're so sexy. Move your body. 'Cause you're so sexy. And move your body. I just wanna be next to you, sexy, smooth and sweet. Body else but me and you is all I need. Wanna touch your body, wanna feel your soul. Let me kiss and feel you. This is all I know. Baby, my baby, my baby. 'Cause you're so sexy. And move your body. 'Cause you're so sexy.
Il faudra une carte pour le PVP ball et une carte pour le PVP. Ouais, j'ai fait ça! Deux endroits, soit c'est là où il y a les
Upside down, I wanna see the sexy sweet. I wanna see your sexy smooth and sweet lovely. Move your body, your body, your body.
Oh, je l'ai eu. L'aspire, babille. Tous ces mousquets, c'est tellement bête. voilà, dans un coin, ça fait du bien, baby. Donner au putain de temps qui est c'était bien. Oh, il l'a fait. GG, il a boosté, il a fait la vie. Putain, je me tape combien de schlag? Aïe aïe aïe, mon petit, il est où? J'aime tellement ma Spire Shadowman, c'est tellement rapide, c'est tellement rapide. Il y a tellement de rapidité. Oh, là, j'ai crafté une spin. Non, c'est pas ça. Mais ferme ta gueule, tu plus l'arme en principal. L'autre, elle reste toujours au-dessus. Peu importe le plus. Voilà. Je vais te dire que par l'exécuter, que j'ai le fait que ça me donne 30% de speed. Alors les decks, c'est ça demain. Je te mets là où t'es ta place. Jouer l'alpha, je peux pas dodge, soit pour être... Ah non, le jeu il est l'estomac. Stamina est bugué, je fais rien. Stamina est bugué, ça me fait. Ce que je dois faire, c'est passer un jeu dur. Faut que j'arrête de faire les opères, que je fasse un jeu dur. Je craft ma spire du Shenan. Enfin, 2 spires du Shenan. Bon, la chose là, tu t'es fait beau là, c'est bon. Ah, j'aimerais bien. Ah ouais. Derrière là, à tirer des tu veux jouer avec la T'es là ou pas? Vas-y, ton petit message là, ça m'a émoustillé là. Ton petit message ce matin, je sais plus quand. T'arrives quand me voir? Vas-y, on va faire. T'inquiète, je crois que je ferai la petite de vin et tout, les souliers et tout. T'inquiète, ça se fait bien, j'ai un endroit, un bon spa là, un spa tout nu là. T'es bienvenu, t'es la bienvenue la chose. On va se prendre un jacuzzi à nos 4 là. Et on va faire des duels avec Saksama. Oh, ça veut dire quoi Saksama? Saksama. Pas tomber les... Non, je te dis, moi je te dis, mets le cri, enfin comme... Non, le lien, le lien. Pour ralentir, ouais. peux pas utiliser le scrap là pour level up? Les fragments d'armure, tu peux pas les transformer en XP, en expérience? Mais t'as utilisé les bleus ou les violets? Mais tu les as achetés? Ah, tu les avais, ouais. Mais c'est ça, c'est comme ça que tu mets tes métiers directs quand t'es déjà... Ouais, c'est ça. C'est là qu'il faut que je trouve. Ça se fait en 1 heure, mec. Qu'est-ce que tu prends la tête? Et même, non, tu fais les... Dans les paliers JCJ, tu prends les trucs avec les trucs là, ça monte tout seul. Palier CGJ, il faut faire le totem de faction. Ah bien sûr, entre chaque palier, bah, tu regardes entre chaque palier, tu fais ta quête. Mais tu as juste à faire le... prendre le truc dans le palier PVP, de faction, ça compte. Il faut juste faire les quêtes entre temps. Bien sûr. cage d'or, il faut que je la fasse, putain. Ouais, mais c'est l'accumulation.
This one's for you, baby.
Mais tu les achètes la truc de faction. Tu peux en acheter 5 par jour. Un truc de faction. Tu peux en acheter un truc de faction, bah. Pourquoi ça se donne 2500 ça? Non mais t'as pas compris, quand ils n'ont pas fixé le bug, laisse tomber. J'ai pas envie de jouer comme un petit... Non, laisse tomber, mais ils vont fixer ça dans 2 jours. Sois pas sûr. Ouais, mais bah, entre temps, voilà, t'as juste à être patient. Juste à être patient. Mais je toucherai à rien. J'ai fait un duel, j'ai vu ma strat. J'ai cru que tu me faisais du stamina damage tellement que j'ai perdu. Je me suis dit, c'est quoi ce délire? En fait, c'est juste. Tu sais combien de fois je dois dodger, swap weapon en heal, et faire des micro-mouvements, laisse tomber, j'ai pas envie de jouer comme un triso juste parce que leur jeu c'est de la merde. Enfin, on va attendre, ça va bien se passer. On va tous serrer les fesses ensemble là. Et ça va bien se passer les pieds. transmutateur matériel, je savais pas. Ah mais attends, la spire, qu'est-ce que c'est? C'est ingénierie ou c'est patrice? Attends, je vais regarder. Ah non, c'est... Je crois que c'est ingénierie. Je crois que c'est ingénierie. refasse la bibliothèque. Comme ça, s'il y a un bug, ils savent directement comment. Parce que je pense que leur truc, c'est mélangé. Ça doit être une bobine de. Mais ils sont passés d'un code à un autre. T'imagines pas les milliers. Et sur un MMO, oh, ça doit être sais combien de lignes de code tu peux créer quand tu as une team, tu crées des lignes et des lignes, centaines de milliers de lignes, même presque des millions de lignes de code. Et tout est interagi et tu touches à quelque chose, ça fait un cascade effect. T'imagines pas quand tu codes et tu passes d'un code à un autre. Oh, ça m'arrive tout le temps, même moi là, je développe une app là et c'est pareil. Tu touches à quelque chose, il y a l'autre truc qui ne fonctionne pas ou ça dévoile un autre truc. Un truc pour enculer avec efficacité. Adopte un Zanger. liberté que tu as des fois. Après, il faut toujours payer. faut migrer de serveur. Plus trop. Moi je dirais c'est. Non. Zaga, maintenant le pays sous-développé comparé à la Thaïlande, c'est la France. Je te jure, là-bas c'est encore plus développé que chez nous. Moi j'aime bien les transsexuels. Je sais même pas, je même pas mon Dieu. Ouais, je te jure. Ils sont mochés, ils sont normaux. Ouais, ils croient que ça. Mais tous les politiques de toute la terre entière, c'est pareil. Galère comme tout le monde, ils veulent avoir la part du gâteau. Ouais, ils veulent le gâteau. Je sais pas, faut voir. Ouais, c'est vrai. C'est quand? C'est quand? Mec, je pense depuis 18 ans, déjà, 18 ans, ça fait 20, ça fait depuis que j'ai le droit de voter que je l'ai jamais fait. Ah mais mec, non mais je prends mon temps moi. Tu m'as pris pour un mec. Ah mais les gars, s'il faut se battre, je vous appelle et on réunit les armes, tu vois. Et je ramène mon bâton de vie, tu vois. Même s'il faut se battre, on va tous chez Zangal au Niger, tu vois. Jusqu'à 30 pépères on ramène tous son PC. J'ai rencontré des mecs qui jouaient à World of Warcraft quand je jouais à World of Warcraft, quand j'étais en Asie. Et eux, ils passaient pas leur temps à faire du PVP, ils passaient leur temps à farmer. Ils ont acheté une voiture, ils ont acheté un frigo, ils ont acheté un scooter, parce qu'en fait, le dollar est converti le dollar euro en leur sous, ça tire un pouvoir d'achat de ouf. Enfin, tu jouais à quelle place? Tu jouais le chasseur? Zanga, la thune que tu t'es faite, c'est cool. Mais Zanga, c'était quand tu faisais ça? payer en PO et toi tu convertis ça, tu prends une école. Tu les vendais moins, est-ce que c'est pas c'est-à-dire qu'à chaque sortie, tu formais comment t'as l'utile, tu formais direct ou pas? Voilà, en gros, c'est une nouvelle extension. Tu devais refaire le frontière. Ouais, Shadowrun. C'était cool Shadowrun. Fuck les mythiques. Non, le PVP sur Bourré, c'est clair, il est dur. Et c'est juste parce que le mythique, il est dur même. Le PVP sur WoW, il est trop bien. Non, il est vieux, il est vieux. Quoi, tu joues avec une Game Boy là, avec ta stick de Schlag Online? Et pourquoi là tu joues avec une Game Boy? Non mec, WoW est mort. Enfin, non, WoW est pas mort, mais peut-être là, peut-être le truc War Within là, avec le Time War, peut-être ça, je vais tester, mais sinon. bon, t'as récupéré ton compte parce que t'avais des questions personnelles ou t'as récupéré ton compte Bon. J'aimerais bien faire des duels comme ça, mais je peux pas, hein, tant qu'il n'y a pas le machin. Starliner, il a été lancé ou pas? Denning, c'est un bon joueur. Et même il m'a pas fait. Faisais des mêlées de void, mais tu les touchais pas, donc tu les faisais pas. Parce que dans ta tête, tu n'y arrivais pas. Mais parce que aussi t'es spé en intel, avant t'étais pas spé en intel. Ça passe bien avec l'aspire 200 force, 200 machin. Non mais t'inquiète, on va voir duel, je vais te remettre non, mec, je swap d'armes, je suis en Gresta, si c'est pas vrai, c'est pas jouable. Mais c'est pas pareil, Toi tu fais juste taper et moi je dois faire absorber, counter et après je taper. Je dois placer les autres, laisse tomber, mais c'est pas valable, c'est pas possible. Je peux pas. J'aimerais bien mais je peux pas. Non, je suis à 120. 120 d'ingénierie là.
Les minutes durent une éternité. Le reflet de ton visage. Disloqué comme les minutes, déformé comme le temps. Dans le hall au miroir brisé. Dans la gare. Dans la gare. Déformé comme le temps, la carcasse du temps qui ne passe pas. Dans le hall au miroir brisé, une centaine d'années, dans la gare. Les minutes durent une éternité. Dans le hall au miroir brisé. Le reflet de ton visage s'y reflète éparpillé. Disloqué comme les minutes, déformé comme le temps. Le reflet de ton visage s'y reflète éparpillé. Disloqué comme les minutes. Déformé